Kia ora tātou. Welcome everyone to this continuation of our long-term plan meeting. Welcome to councillors, to the media and to staff. And right up front, can I welcome also our new General Manager of Infrastructure and Networks, Ruth Stokes. Ruth, welcome to Dunedin City Council. Really great to have you here. There's one apology from Councillor Bezette for lateness. I'll move that apology be accepted. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I'll move from the Chair that the agenda be confirmed with the suggested change, that item 4C, Otago Museum Strategic Project Funding, come up to become 4A because of the availability of some representatives from the museum. So with that change, second to Councillor Staines, all those in favour of confirming the agenda, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 3 is for noting declaration of interest. And on to item 4. These additional reports, and so as we've just decided, the first one is the Otago Museum Strategic Project Funding, and it is number 4C, but we'll bring it up right now. So can I welcome Ian? Welcome. Simon?
He said it was 4. I didn't look at the mitigation.
Would you like to introduce this?
Kia ora. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this paper, which Simon put together, but the museum helped provide the information for. In summary, I'd just like to share some of the things that have gone on with the museum over the last 18 months. There's been quite a considerable amount of change, all of which is spoken to in the paper, and that change has allowed us to focus on what we see as important things for the future, which are the collections, and making the museum as accessible as possible to the widest number of folks from the community. I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm more than happy to answer questions, but from a museum's perspective, we're very grateful for the over $4 million of public funding that we receive every year, and we do work hard to match that through our commercial activities, and we get roughly 40% of our operational needs from our commercial activities, and we're looking to keep that work going in future. We absolutely see generating income as a key part of what we have to do to offset the running costs and hopefully save some money for the taxpayer. Going forward, we are looking for hopefully a CPI increase every year because the museum has undergone significant change. We've reduced the number of senior managers at the museum and invested the savings that we make in frontline services. We've doubled the size of the collections team from 6 to about 12 now. And we're looking to grow that team a little bit in the next few years because we have a collection that numbers 2 million objects. It's one of the largest collections in New Zealand, ranging from tiny mosquitoes to enormous whales, textiles, beautiful cameras, firearms. We've got a lot of material to look after, and we need qualified staff to do that, and that's what we're investing in at the moment. You'll also see that we've got some key strategic projects kicking off. This year, the museum will be opening a planetarium funded from within our own reserves, and next year we're completely renovating Discovery World, our hands-on science centre. Those are 2 key educational facilities at the museum. Very few communities have access to that kind of inspirational environment, and we hope the young people from this region who use them will get inspired to take up careers in science, technology, engineering and maths, which we see as a key thing for the future of our city. There are a number of other projects over the next few years, and what we're coming to the council and asking for is your support as partners in those projects. We've got a number of gallery redevelopments that are needed, and we're looking for some support for those going forward. that really, in summary, is where the museum is, and I welcome any questions.
Any questions, Councillor Kelly?
Thank you for this comprehensive report. Whatever was behind it, I'm not sure whether it says it's officially written by you or
Simon.
Simon, I think. A couple of questions. You're asking for specific amounts for specific projects, and you're also separately asking whether you could be CPI indexed. If you were CPI indexed and you can deal with your own projects and decide that for yourself, would that be a response from our point of view?
It would be a response, but actually we're not really funded for depreciation, which in our museum's case is significant. We've got a massive building, lots of it nearly 150 years old, and to renovate the galleries from within the budget is actually quite difficult to do. So that's why we're asking for additional specific support for specific projects, and hopefully you'll notice that we're not asking for 100%. It's between 10 and 20% of the project costs, and the rest we'll raise through fundraising or other ways.
What would funding you for depreciation look like each year?
I'm going to ask my chartered accountant colleague here. He can answer this. This is Murray Bailey.
Yeah, I guess from a council point of view, probably not pretty. Like you sort of say, last financial year we lost 400k. So if you've been fully funded for depreciation, that's a sort of ballpark figure you'd be looking at. But it's more, I guess, what we've got to spend on capital going forward, and we don't need the full amount of depreciation funded, but we have got some catch up to do. Like our building hasn't been painted, that's going to be 300k. Power system just blowing up, and that's going to be 100,000 plus, and we're putting in a new lift. So it's a matter of trying to have the funds so we can do things properly. We don't want to put a band-aid on something and end up wasting money rather than being in a position where you can do your capital projects properly, so it doesn't incur you extra operational expenditure.
The first project, or the 15, 16 one, and possibly some of the others, seem to me that they're potentially economic development related. Is that a fair?
I guess that's not a question I can really answer, because I'm not really qualified to answer that. I guess that's your remit. But from my perspective, what we're asking for is, it does cost the museum resource to stage exhibitions, and particularly exhibitions that have a focus on China. And what we're saying is that we also want to do lots of exhibitions here in Dunedin. We see our audience here as being very important. And so asking for a contribution towards those, from whichever pot of money it comes from, would really help us. Because absolutely we recognise the importance of the relationship with China, we recognise the importance of the museum of the partnership, where we do get exhibitions coming back. But there is a real cost to these exhibitions that we do cover at the moment, and asking for something like 20% of the cost of doing it, we think is a reasonable approach.
Because of the, is it because you would think that we have, it helps us economically to have that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you have to remember that when this exhibition opens in Shanghai in the summer, the Northern Hemisphere summer, we will be the first exhibition in a major new museum, a natural history museum in Shanghai. So for a period of about 6 months, New Zealand PLC will have a shop window in this Chinese museum, which will be attended by at least 2, maybe as many as 4 million people. So from my perspective, there is an economic benefit. There must be, sorry, it's an opportunity which could be taken advantage of by maybe companies or people from New Zealand who want to have this message in this important market.
And just a last question. I see from this report that the reason we didn't hear from you earlier was really because the staff said there wasn't any money, which is a good thing for our staff to be saying in general. If there wasn't any money, what difference would that be making to you?
be a significant difference. Going forward, the issue for us is we think we've got a sensible staff now. We've got the right staff to do the job that we need to do. Without CPI, the pressure is to raise the money commercially, which frankly, we think we're doing a good job there compared to other museums, certainly we are. It will be very difficult to offset CPI long term through growing our commercial side. And that means that there will be impacts in terms of the number of staff that we could have. So that's a major impact from my perspective.
Councillor Lord.
Yes, Ian, I had a couple of questions. One, I see that, I've got to put my glasses on, I noticed that for the planetarium you used 2.7 million out of museum reserves, and I tried to find my copy of the museum's annual report and see what your reserves were, but I just wondered, I couldn't find it, so can you tell me what you have remaining in reserves? And the other question was, last year and you had made the comment about talking with national government and seeing if you could get funding from them, and I just wonder how those things had gone.
Yes. Well, from memory, actually, Murray can speak to the reserves specifically. This is coming from the annual report.
So in our annual report for cash and cash equivalents, we had $8 million in reserves. So that's probably the key figure. And if you take sort of probably 2.7 million out of that, then we also have pretty much as committed to gallery refreshments. So we've got a program over the next 10 years that commits the reserves to right across the board in our capital projects.
Yeah, so there's not free cash that you can...
No, a lot of the reserves are actually tagged funds as well, where people have donated money to us with a specific purpose.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanders.
I'm very pleased to hear that you continue to raise much more funding commercially than other museums we fund, and I'm also was surprised that we don't do anything in terms of sorry, I'm having a wee blank here. In terms of funding depreciation. Do we fund depreciation of, say, for instance, Toitu in the art gallery?
Yes, we do, but the funding arrangement you have to remember with the Otago Museum is different. But we would fund, as of right, within the gallery and Toitu and any other council facility.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, I just wanted to be clear that we do see depreciation as a quite significant cost, and we fund it in the other museums that we fund, and that to me makes your request for at least some funding towards some of these things that you're doing, I think, much more reasonable. The commercial funding that you already do you have any figures on how that compares to, I understand it's somewhere in the low 40% that you do commercial funding. Do you have any comparison with other museums? I don't know, perhaps Toitu or some of the other museums around, perhaps even Te Papa, in terms of what they raise essentially to save the ratepayers from funding you?
It's very, I can't speak specifically to other museums in Dunedin, but certainly in the museum sphere, generally anywhere between 15% and 30% is regarded as very good. That's the total operational cost.
So it may be, in fact, that you've got the best commercial funding model of any of the museums that you know about.
Outside the major metropolitan museums like the Tate or some of the Smithsonian, the really massive ones that have huge commercial operations that we can't compete with, we do quite well, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Can I just come back to the depreciation? When you say we don't fund you for depreciation, is there some legislative component in the legislation under which we fund you that says we don't fund you for depreciation?
No.
So what you actually mean is that you don't put aside depreciation against future investment. It's not that we don't fund you for it, it's you're not choosing to allocate it. we fund you for your operating costs, which include depreciation. You're choosing to use the cash for something else other than depreciation. That's actually what's meant, isn't it?
I think that's probably a different way of looking at it.
Well, it's quite a substantially different way of looking at it than to say that we don't fund you for depreciation.
Inherited. It's an inherited situation.
Well, no, I just want to be clear, because I think the implication is that you have a choice as to how you allocate your operational funding, and you could, I'm not suggesting it's sensible, in fact I think it's not, but you could put cash away each year, reduce some of your other operational expenses, because it's just an expense no different to a curator or any other. It's just that you're choosing not to fund it.
Yeah, I guess what our issue is, and just to hit the nail on the head, I'll be pretty blunt, it's an accumulation of not getting funding increases. So in 2012, there was no increase, so that was $80,000 per year of funding that was not received. So over 10 years, that's $800,000 that increase is lost to the museum. The following year, there was no increase, so then it goes to $160,000. 2014, there was another $80,000 not received, so that was $241,000 a year in funding that hasn't been CPI indexed.
No,
So-
I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want, because we're playing one institution off against another. Simon, you just said that we do fund Toitu for depreciation. Can you show me the bank account that that's sitting in?
I'm sure Grant could show us the bank account that's sitting in, but it's. But it's. I mean, I suppose the other comment I would make is that the museum's gone through a lot of change, and I think, as Councillor Wilson pointed out, that they've inherited a whole lot of decisions, and I think they have made a lot of savings already, which they've put back into the operations. Going forward, it might be something that the museum might consider, but just from the short period of time, it's very hard to make such a whole-scale change if you're talking $400,000, $500,000.
But let's be clear. I think what I'm asking for is some clarity, and not playing, and I'm not suggesting that was your intention, although it may have been Councillor Vandervis's, playing one institution off against another. None of the museums have a bank account sitting, a chocolate box sitting with depreciation sitting in them against future reinvestment in them. If and when at some point in the future that's required, Council will have to find it. To suggest that one museum is being funded for depreciation and another's not is, I don't think, accurate.
Right, Councillor Benson-Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask first of all about the existing funding regime, and given that the museum is in a different position from most other cultural institutions in this city because it has its own Empowering Act, and I note on your second page the reference to the significance of the DCC contribution in the scheme of things. The authority that's not paying, is that Queenstown Lakes?
Yes.
And how much are they not paying, and how long has that non-payment been not made?
Well, sorry, Queenstown Lakes were never actually covered under the Act of Parliament, so they haven't ever paid.
Right. And the other authorities, the other three authorities, are all paying their full tithe?
There has been an issue with Clutha Council for a number of years, who haven't been paying, now what's the correct terminology? The levy increase.
Because the museum's in Dunedin and they don't think they get good value for it, or some such.
No, because they have a dispute about the calculation method for assessing, which they don't feel is fair, and they pay what they feel to be a fair levy. But there is some work coming out of the Mayoral Forum that's looking at this at the moment, and is looking at alternative ways across the region of funding the museum. Mr. Griffin's been consulted as part of that work.
That's what I wanted to go to, because we're both aware of the conversations and questions that were asked a year ago, or in the last 12 months, about the government's attitude, central government's attitude to the funding of cultural institutions outside of Wellington. given the importance of this museum as one of the major non-Wellington based museums. Has anything come of those discussions, or are they actually happening?
I have yet to meet the new minister, but we had initial discussions and we're pretty much told that, you know, Te Papa is the nationally funded museum. So at this point, I think we need some kind of political action, I guess, to try and increase the
Notwithstanding that, you were aware of the comment that was made by the former minister, Finlayson, when he was here, in terms of his desire to see a more equitable basis for this type of funding coming out of central government. Thank you.
Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ian Murray, thanks for being here today to answer these questions. You presented with this paper, or Simon, as a very exciting, ambitious, perhaps, program of upgrade and development. And I'm just wondering, in terms of those other councils, the three others that are involved in the levy, whether you've sought any contribution from them.
Well, we will be going to those councils. We are now much more proactively meeting with our funders on a regular basis, and certainly we'll bring these discussions to those. We'll bring this paper to those discussions.
Right. And there is one other council, it's not mentioned here, and that's the Otago Regional Council, that has contributed to an exhibition in the past, and for that council to be involved would be something in the scientific area probably, but I'm just wondering if you could consider making an approach there as well.
Well, I think that's something that we'll be discussing through the mayoral forum. Certainly has come up.
That's good. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 4.3, there's a list of desirable projects, and I'm just trying to understand, in terms of priorities, how would that list look if you prioritised the list rather than just had it in a timing sequence?
Well, I think in terms of priorities, certainly the Tangata Whenua Gallery is a key gallery for us in the run-up to the 150th birthday. And we absolutely want to make sure that we nail that, because that gallery is a real treasure for our museum. We're very proud of it, and it needs significant investment. And we think getting it right for the 150th birthday of the museum is the right thing to do. Then, effectively, this is a list of priorities going through in time order. The reason that we put them in this order is the Shanghai one aside, because that's kind of has to happen in those particular years. The other ones are pretty much the order in which we would prioritise them. And you'll see, if you look at the museum, that they effectively reflect the ages of the various galleries that we have there. So Tangata Whenua is the one gallery that hasn't really had major investment for about 2 decades now. And that's why we've really got to get started on it. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'm going to go on to one of my pet topics, and that is admission fees. You know, I see how much stronger the museum's going to get. I still struggle with the concept that it's free to especially non-residents. Have you investigated that any further?
Well, I think I've had discussions with a number of councillors about this. The museum is already charging, because we charge for Discovery World and Tropical Forest, and we generate a fair fraction of our income from that admission charge. I think from my perspective, and another admission charge on top of that would potentially sort of rob Peter to pay Paul from our, you know, if there is a certain amount of money people are willing to pay when they come to a museum, then increasing that potentially will affect the number of people who come through the door. So I think there are two answers to your question. One is we are already charging folks who come through the door, and we do get about 100,000 people who are willing to pay the $10 or so that it costs to come into Tropical Forest and Discovery World. But the 100,000 is very, very different to the higher admission numbers that we have coming through the door. And that fall off is directly proportional to the fact that it's free to the main museum. The other thing I'd mention is that the more people that come through the door, if they're not spending money for admission, they nearly always do what we call secondary spend. So they're spending in the cafe, in the shop, and buying things. And potentially that might be reduced if we introduce admission charges. And then the third reason is that in places, certainly in New Zealand, where admission charges have been introduced, They do cause quite a lot of grief at the front desk of the museum. So, for example, in Auckland, where they did this about a year or so ago, the front desk is really on the front line of deciding who charges and who doesn't get charged. And you get people who bring, locals who bring their granny from outside of Auckland are coming in, and there are all sorts of fusses. So it doesn't necessarily make it easy to collect the charges either. But from my perspective, putting my museum hat on, I think the mix we have is just about right, because anybody can come into our museum. Charging isn't a barrier, and that means the poorest families can come through and the richest families, and they can all enjoy our culture. And the culture is, of course, funded by the Dunedin ratepayers. So that's a long-winded way of saying I think we are already charging the museum, but on principle I feel that actually charging everybody to get into the museum, even if they come from outside Dunedin, I think would really affect our visitor numbers. And secondly, perhaps send the wrong message, because one of the reasons people come to Dunedin is to enjoy the museums. They enjoy the brilliant range of activities that we have here. And introducing charges may not necessarily generate as much income as you would hope, and it potentially would put people off coming.
So do you have conflicts with people having to pay to go to Discovery World or go to the butterflying?
Well, we still do get people who think Discovery World charges are too high. There are a number of people who, for example, lots of families love Discovery World. They like to come there regularly. And at the moment we don't have an annual pass. That's one of the things we're looking at, in fact. And they're saying, oh, we'd like to go every week. And why isn't it free if everything else is free? So there are questions about it. But I would say that, in our museum, we can tell you that, the number of people coming through the front door is X. And the number of people going to Discovery World is about a third of X or a quarter of it. So therefore, that tells me that if we introduce charges, perhaps the numbers would fall by a factor 4. And that's a very hand-wavy, and being a scientist, I wouldn't want to be held to that. But I'd suggest that that's the evidence that we've got.
I go back to a paper that was presented to Council before Christmas that was in regards to, I think it was 8,000 cruise ship passengers went through the door, and you wanted to see those numbers increase. The feedback I get from operators is that it's pretty hard to package a product like the museum and sell it to cruise ship passengers, but it's already seen as perceived to be free, just like Tuaotu and the art gallery.
That's right, but what we're trying to do to address that problem, if you will, is one of the reasons we're doing the planetarium, not the only reason, is that we can do a number of tailored shows that nobody else will be able to do. So there can be a beautiful show on Maori culture and the history of this part of New Zealand, which we can actually specifically, it's a general show that anybody can come and see, but it would be a huge appeal to the cruise ship market. And that's one of the reasons we're doing that. So we already do have a certain number of tailored tours, but they're a hard sell. But we think the planetarium will certainly help us in that market, and we are looking to grow the number of people through, and they are people who are going to pay a premium.
Okay. When you look at exhibitions, I haven't actually really been through the museum in the last couple of years. I think, things like Terracotta Warriors and other previous exhibitions that have been through there was always a fee, charged. Are you looking at, for some of these things coming through the museum, that there'll be a user or charge to go through the exhibitions?
Certainly, and there are certain exhibitions that I would love to have at the museum, which we would have to charge for. And these are the kind of international class. If anybody's old enough, you remember the Tutankhamun type exhibition that went through in the 1970s. There's presently an exhibition on Titanic that's very popular. And the exhibition I'd really like to bring to Dunedin is one, it's done by a German anatomist called Gunther von Hagens, and it's basically animals that are, you can see how they work, basically it's the insides of animals. It's a fantastic exhibition. It was incredibly popular at the Natural History Museum in the UK. I'd love to bring it here, and I'd actually love it to have it exclusively in Dunedin, because people will travel across New Zealand to see it. But to do that, that's a lot of money, and we'd have to recover the costs through charging. So the answer is yes, we will.
Okay. And finally, thoughts of corporate rights or sponsorship and the things like the certain rooms being sponsored by X company and things like that?
Well, you'll find out in a few weeks that you'll be able to buy a seat at the new planetarium. So, but we are looking for corporate sponsorship for everything we do at the museum, where appropriate, and where we feel the aims of the sponsor are aligned with our own aims, and that's very important because we don't want really to turn the museum into a sort of a horrible kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question about the Shanghai shows and putting aside the potential they have for the city as a marketing opportunity, which is considerable, as you suggest. And will there be any opportunity after their run is finished for them to be seen even in a truncated version of Spaces Initiative in Dunedin?
Potentially yes, but part of the issue is that they are bilingual, and in fact the majority of the text that is put up is Chinese. So we'd have to kind of redo a lot of the interpretive panels, which is quite an expense, and reprint them. But also a lot of the stuff that potentially would go into the Shanghai exhibition is stuff that we've already got on display in the museum. So it would be an interesting exhibition, doubtless, but it wouldn't necessarily be something sufficiently new that would excite lots of people. And that's why in the past having the Shanghai exhibitions coming down to us is very interesting and very exciting, where they send material from their museum down to us rather than stuff from our museum coming back.
Thanks.
Councillor McTavish.
Yeah, just following up on that query about the Shanghai exhibitions, can you explain a little bit more about how that relationship works? So clearly the Otago Museum funds the development of exhibitions which are then displayed in Shanghai. Is that inclusive of things like transport costs? I assume that the Shanghai Museum provides the venue, and then is there a reciprocal expectation around a similar sized exhibition that would arrive in Dunedin?
Yes, that's very much the way it does work. So the host institution covers the transport costs, and in theory the way it works is that the host institution supplies an exhibition of similar type to go to the other place. But the fact is it's quite an expensive in terms of staff time and staff resource process. And I think from our perspective, given the fact that we're really focusing at the moment on upgrading the experience at our museum here in Dunedin, we want to make sure that while we do think the Shanghai stuff is very important, we want to somehow be able to do more stuff back here as well, and that's where the extra costs come in.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I was just trying to understand. So the exhibition that you supply, Shanghai, is of equal size and magnitude and resource intensity as that which will come back to Dunedin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in terms of determining the focus of those exhibitions, is there a discussion between the host institution and the developing institution, or is it more of a buyer?
Oh no, it's definitely it's a definite discussion. So, for example, the Jade and Punamu exhibition that we're thinking of doing now arose from a discussion that happened when the last mayoral delegation was up in Shanghai. And that's something, when we both thought about it, that's a slightly different exhibition because it would have material from both institutions. And that potentially could be an exhibition that does tour beyond Shanghai as well. So that's a slightly different model to the one we've done in the past, but certainly it would work.
And just in terms of Councillor Hawkins' question in relation to the resource intensity and just trying to think about other ways that we might achieve the same outcome, given that it is a conversation with Shanghai about the focus of any exhibition, and I guess the relative resource intensity of reworking communications panels as opposed to developing a whole other exhibition is probably, I imagine, cheaper. Yeah. Is there a possibility of tailoring future exhibitions or future exhibitions that we develop for Shanghai to be more along the lines of the ones that you might like to develop for a local audience, or are they just so different that it is difficult to find that overlap?
I think in theory you could do it that way. In practice, because the stories you're telling to you assume that most people come through the door have a certain understanding of New Zealand culture here in Dunedin, and you can't make that assumption when you're doing an exhibition in Shanghai. That's not to say you can't cleverly get around that challenge. So that's always going to be an issue. So the stories that you tell will be slightly different in both locations. But having said that, no, it would be something we could do. I'm not going to deny that.
And just a final question, just in relation to the project timetable that you've highlighted on that Councillor Noon referred to. It does strike me as reasonably ambitious to be doing a gallery a year, but perhaps that's because I don't fully understand the capability of the museum. Do you have any concerns about that?
Part of the issue is fundraising more than anything, because we will not start these gallery renovations unless we raise the funds, and obviously we hope the DCC will partner with elements of the funding required. But fundraising will be a challenge, and to get the money we need to do all the galleries it is ambitious. But we've set we've got a plan. We know that every gallery does need to be renovated, and if it takes 2 years rather than 1 year for every gallery, I'd much rather have the plan and start to deliver to it clearly than say, oh, well, we'll put it off for 10 years, which we can't really afford to do.
Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Just on that timeline, does that mean that for this following 10-year period, there will always be a gallery out of action?
No, we would try and do the galleries in such a way that parts of the galleries would remain open. And the first gallery of that type that we're going to work really hard on is Tangata Whenua. We can't possibly close that gallery completely, so we have to have a separate mini gallery open while we do the renovation. But that's a very good question.
That's good. Thanks.
Further questions, Councillor Wilson?
What discussions have you had? I mean, we can deal with this two ways. We can do them as grants separate from the levy, or we can adjust the levy by CPI or some other index, maybe CPI +1, which would almost get you over that. Have you had discussions with the other councils, or has staff here had discussions with other council as to their expectations and their long-term plan increasing the levy?
The CEOs of the other councils are aware that our draft budget at this point has a 0 increase, which was what was put to the museum director when he came to meet with us. But given we don't have a final yet, so they generally make the same decision that we do. So if we CPI adjusted, they generally would, well then they will fall in line and CPI adjust as well.
So the question then for you, Ian, is in putting these suggestions to us, were you considering it being a levy matter or a grants matter, or perhaps a mixture of both? Because some of these talk to Dunedin much greater than they possibly talk to Otago generally.
Yes. Well, I think it is a mixture. So and what we're trying to do is say to DCC that we don't want to come to you and say fund this whole gallery. We're saying, can you be partners in the process going forward? But the CPI is very important to us.
No, yeah.
Further questions, councillors? Okay, there are none. Is there an inclination on the part of anyone to move anything in that case? Councillor Vance.
I think that the projects that have been outlined at the bottom of 4C3, if you look at the size of those projects and you look at the DCC contribution that's being asked for, they seem to me to be really good value, certainly much better than, say, the 150k we're putting into Shanghai coordinators through the EDU. To me, this here is a much better kind of advertising for Dunedin, and I would like to see that kind of contribution go towards it. And if nobody else has a motion to put forward, I would move that we put for consultation the amount suggested here into the annual plan, and that we also look at getting a report on how much the CPI indexing of funds that's been asked for, if we could get a report on what that would actually cost us and what the implications of that would be. I wouldn't like to move...
Can I just clarify what it is you're moving?
I'd just like to move the amounts suggested on 4C3, but also move that we get a report to give us some information on the CPI proposal, since we don't really have enough information to make a decision.
Okay, hold that thought. Is there a seconder for this?
Could I have a question for that? To understand, is that a levy adjustment or a grant on top of? It does make a difference.
No, I think, if I may clarify, you're suggesting that we put the grant amounts, the applied for grant amounts into the funded section of the plan ongoing, as they are enumerated here, and we seek a report on the implications of a CPI adjustment rather than adding that in as a funded item. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, and thank you for putting it so concisely.
The whole list, all 13.
Yes, the whole list, 13?
Sorry?
The whole list?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Hall. Okay. Councillor Vandevers, can I invite you to speak to it?
I think the report is... Should I stand for this? Are we standing? Okay. Sorry, pardon me. I think the report is fairly self-explanatory, and Dr. Griffin has gone to quite some trouble, I think, to explain to people what we actually do get for this kind of exposure in a place like, I'll take the first one, Shanghai, for instance. To me, to have a 6-month New Zealand essentially sales window that isn't a sales window. It's not like space you buy at a convention centre for overseas tourism. This is real culture. This is the kind of real advertising that I think we should be focusing on. In fact, if we don't have the kind of money that's being asked for here, and it doesn't seem to me to be great amounts, if we don't have that available on the long-term plan, I would like to see it swung out of the EDU budget and put into this, because to me this is the better bang for your buck. It's a much more subtle kind of advertising, it's a much more telling kind of advertising, and it's something that I think over time would actually have a kind of growing and cumulative effect. So to me, although it's not the museum's job to be our shop window and to draw tourists to Dunedin, I think that they are actually, with this kind of exhibition, able to do this in an extremely effective way. They are largely self-funding. They have an immense range of items of international interest that they can tempt people with. And for instance, for the first one, for $75,000, it isn't just a financial contribution that we'd be giving to this. It's also, I think, an acknowledgement by council that we recognise the work of the Otago Museum and that they have a real shop window value for us, which is not part of their scope really, but it's not just incidental, it's something that I think has real value for us. So one of the rare occasions where I actually would hope we could find for consultation these relatively small amounts that I think would be a wonderful investment for Dunedin tourism.
Councillor Kell.
I disagree with Councillor Vandevers in that Otago Museum is not part of our marketing strategy. I think it very much is. I think in our world today, what makes people travel is to get something we don't get at home. And the particular thing we don't get at home tends to be to do with cultural and historical things. So I think it's our museums and art galleries the thing that particularly one of the things that makes us different in Dunedin. So I see the ability for the Otago Museum to be a major player in attracting people to Dunedin, not because that's what they think they want to do, but I think it has a very definite effect. For that reason, I would support putting these proposals, the CPI, and I would change them probably to 50,000 a year for each of 10 years, but I'm not dying in a ditch over it, out for consultation. But two riders on that. The first is that I think it should come out of our economic development budget, any more money than we currently pay, especially because the amount is ratcheted in as soon as it's in there for a levy. And the second thing is I would very much like a report to come to council on wrapping together our museums and art gallery as one from a funding model and have somebody in charge of the whole lot of them. And I know that from a legal point of view that has issues, but I don't think they're insurmountable issues. If we wanted to have them run in conjunction, I know we have looked at more collaboration happening between them, but I think this is a particularly good time because we have somebody running Otago Museum who is both a left brain and a right brain person and can look between the two things. And I think it would be really useful to run all our museums together, museums and art gallery together under one roof and look at them all as one thing. So I would really like to see us do some work to look at how that could happen. I know it can happen because the legal thing that just sets up the museum under an act is just one way of doing it. There's a variety of different ways you could achieve that. So I would like us to be looking at that. But in particular, I'd like this to be thought of as the extra funding to be something that would come as an economic development proposition, because that's what we're doing with things like Shanghai, and that's what a lot of underpinning of helping other people look at what we've got that's special in Dunedin.
Councillor Thompson.
Look, I'm quite cautious about this. I think that we need to put some wider context around this. We're being asked to commit funds through into 2026 in terms of the motion. To me, that is not sensible. We are also, it is also being suggested that we will have a separate report looking at a CPI increase, and in the event that that were to be factored in, then we just need to be aware that the sums of money we're talking about then become things like around $200,000 in 15-16, $240,000 in 16-17, about $165,000 the next year, and if you want to look at it around the last year of the LTP 24-25, you're looking about $350,000. So these are not small sums of money that we're adding in, and we're being asked to approve a program which is not prioritised. It's simply put in, as Councillor Noon says, in terms of this is what we'd effectively like to do each year, and I understand from the museum's perspective that's how you plan, so I'm not being critical of that. But there is no business case being put in front of us for any of these things. We're simply being asked to approve them on the basis that we've got competent people running the museum, and this is what they'd like to do. And I don't feel very comfortable about that, given the amount of money that we've got to play with. In the event that this were to be overturned, I would be prepared to support something smaller over the next few years to give some certainty for planning over the immediate term before the 3 years prior to the next review of the LTP, because I don't think that it's reasonable for museum staff to be planning 15-16 without any idea about what they've got to plan with. But I'm not at all comfortable about going out this far, and I'm not at all comfortable that we've given the slightest consideration to what these sums actually mean in practice.
Councillor McTavish.
Thank you, Worship. I, like Councillor Thompson, am in being consistent with the level of rigour that I have suggested that we need in proposals that have come to us in this meeting previously. I find it difficult to support this particular motion. For a couple of reasons. The first is I do find it a bit difficult to be approached for funding for something which is already underway, and I appreciate that there has been an inherited element to that, and that's not a criticism at all. But I think that certainly grants funding, which we distribute as a council, we have a rule that we don't give out grants for retrospective or commenced activities. And as I understand, I stand to be corrected by people on the trust, but as I understand it, the Shanghai exhibition development for the natural history work is already underway. Stand to be corrected on that. I don't have a problem with going out to our community discussing the Discovery World suite and part funding of that, because I think it is a distinctly Dunedin thing and probably benefits our community over and above others in Otago. And I think it is, to the extent that it is Councillor Thompson's talking about business proposals, I think that it is a reasonably well-developed concept. There have been stakeholder workshops which I have attended, which have talked about what that might be. I imagine that those are have been worked into something which is more concrete, and I can understand the desire to have an element of certainty around the amount of funding that might be available for that sort of project. So I can support a discussion with our community about Discovery World funding. Equally, I can see, like Councillor Calvert, that there is a need for us to consider contributions towards Shanghai projects, because again, I think that that is a specific Dunedin City grant, benefit, which should be reflected in our grant. So I guess I'm signalling, similar to Councillor Thompson, I would like to see some a bit more specificity around this. I can support some discussions over those first 3-year projects with our community. I think a couple of them I would put in funded, a couple of them I would put in unfunded, and seek feedback from the community on them, as well as slightly more detailed business cases. Beyond about 2018-19, I think the level of detail that we have here is probably insufficient for me to support them at this stage.
Further speakers?
What?
You've already spoken, Councillor.
Yes, I was just going to ask whether they would consider a change to the resolution to put up.
Well, you've already spoken.
I struggle a little bit on the same basis that Councillor McTavish and other speakers have spoken, and that is that this is taking it out to 2026, and there is quite a bit that is unknown. However, we do know there are some things that are locked in. They are going to happen in the next 3 years. And we have every 3 years the LTP discussion. So my focus, I think, is around what is necessary in the next 3 years. So I'd like to foreshadow a motion, should this one fail, that we put a sum of $75,000 into the 15, 16, 16, 17 and 17, 18 years. That covers just slightly short of the 2 Shanghai projects, the Tangata Whenua and the World Education Suite, so we're a little bit short, but it puts that in, and that we do get a paper to help us probably by the time we come into the next annual long-term plan, to look at the implications of whether funding should be in terms of a CPI, or whether we should be targeting more on the grants that are indicated in here for the development of the museum. So I'd just like to foreshadow if this one fails.
Councillor Wiley, did you have?
No, I was trying to.
Further speakers? My position on this is that I see enormous merit in a good many of these projects. I think that they benefit, they have the potential to benefit the city in a whole lot of different ways. I think it would be simplistic to think of it all as economic development. I think it's cultural, it's community, it's economic, it's a whole lot of things depending on the exhibition, depending on, and some of it is actually development of the galleries, so it's right outside the branding, marketing thing. However, I do share, albeit that I would very much support partnering with the museum to contribute, and I note the, in some cases, modesty of the proportion that they're seeking the majority of the funding will be found elsewhere. But all that said, I can't support, for the reasons explained by some of the other speakers, I can't support just putting a lot in throughout the entire 10-year period. I think that it gets more vague, our knowledge of it gets more vague as we go on, and I see them as more aspirational the further they get out. I would probably be likely to support the foreshadowed motion, but I have a suggestion for the mover of this one, that this be split, because I very much support the concept of looking at the implications of what CPI adjustment would mean for us, and as it's written there at the moment, it's in one big bundle. So I sense around the table that I would like, and I think some of the other councillors would appreciate the opportunity to look at those two issues separately. So my suggestion to the mover and seconder is that you break it into two parts.
With the permission of the seconder, I'm happy to, having heard especially Councillor McTavish's and other councillors' arguments about a lot of this actually going out too far, I'm happy to withdraw my motion in favour of Councillor Staines' foreshadowed motion, because Councillor Staines' foreshadowed motion essentially covers the next 3 years, which was my major concern anyway. So with Councillor Hall's permission, I'm quite happy to withdraw my motion in favour of Councillor Staines' foreshadowed motion, which essentially achieves what I'd hoped in the next 3 years at least.
Okay. It's very technical. I know I've spoken, but not to that motion that's now being introduced. I'm just wondering if I can ask a question of the mover of what is now going to become the motion.
Yep.
No, you were wanting to talk to this.
I'm just thinking process-wise here. I think that the current motion on the table needs to be withdrawn before we can discuss the one that might replace it. So, I mean, it's in the hands of the mover and the seconder. If they're both knowing as much as they do about the foreshadowed motion, if they're withdrawing, then I'm bound to accept that.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just draw your attention to Standing Order 382. That's not in fact the case. Once the motion, according to the Standing Order, has been moved and seconded, it requires the meeting's leave by majority to have it withdrawn.
Ah, right.
I'm not saying that wouldn't be available, but it's not just up to the two.
I will, I take it that's a procedural motion, so I will ask the meeting if they are prepared to accept the withdrawal of the motion as agreed by the mover and seconder. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. Right. It is now formally withdrawn. I'm happy. Councillor Thompson, you ask.
My question may seem rather strange given what I previously said, but I would support Councillor Staines' motion if it were to be for 4 years, not 3. And my reasoning is that I think you can't ask people to plan on such a short time frame that they're not going to know about year 4 until 6 months before it starts. So my view is that that would be a reasonable comment.
Well, two questions of the mover. How do you feel about that, and do you have a seconder?
I would be comfortable. I understand the reason Councillor Thompson does, so I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay, so it's amended to 4 years, and the seconder is Councillor Vanderbilt. So, Councillor Staines, I invite you to speak to this.
Just before Councillor Staines does speak to it, can I just ask a question of clarification from Ian? Ian, I made the comment before, or without a question, in relation to the first Shanghai exhibition. Is development on that underway?
It is, yes.
It is, yeah, okay, thank you. And a second question, we have recently established a category of grants called City Project Grants. Have you had any dialogue with staff about those?
No.
Okay, yeah, they're very new, so yeah, but I just think it may be something that we need to consider.
The ancillary question to that is, does the Shanghai project, the first grant, fit into that? Would it be more suitable to be coming under that scheme and by done this way?
So are you suggesting instead of granting the money to the museum for the exhibition, you put the money into the Grow Dunedin partnership for the Grow Dunedin partners to decide to vote this money to the museum for the exhibition?
Should they be getting the money from that grant, from that fund already?
It's not a Grow partnership.
Right.
It's a civic. It's what used to be civic grant.
Yes, it is. The Grow Dunedin partnership grant for the Shanghai project goes for the person who runs the Shanghai project. So you couldn't fund both out of that pot. It would mean you'd do less of something else.
No, I don't think.
Oh, sorry, I don't
think you've understood the question, Chief. Can you explain, Councillor?
The fund that Councillor McTavish just spoke about, which I can't recall where it comes from, but it's a civic grant.
It used to be civic grants. We've now moved civic grants and split them into city service grants and
City service grants. Whether that it's a more appropriate place to be taking this first, the first part of this, because it's an existing project that's already begun.
I think you can vote to put this wherever you like. For simplicity's sake, I think this is probably the easiest place to put it. But I do understand. I do understand your issue. Given that it's already earmarked specifically for this, and we have given the museum project funding in the past, it wouldn't be particularly odd for it to be here.
Can I suggest that, to back up the Chief's summation, that this is a simpler place to put it, given that this is for the purposes of consultation. It's basically about whether from somewhere in council funding, we propose funding to go to this, and where it comes from could well be decided later, but at the moment we're just talking about the asking the community their view on putting it in as a funded item. Councillor, now, so Councillor Stacey, you want to speak to it, and then I'll write up speakers.
Thank you, Worship. In proposing this motion, I recognise that we have some significant projects in those years that I believe add value to the city, both from a city marketing point of view and potentially the growth in numbers at the museum itself, because as I understand it, the Jaden Panamu exhibition which is proposed here is a tripartite with a museum, I think, in South America, and that would tour to, I would assume, would tour back into New Zealand and will provide quite a good exhibition here. So I think by putting in the $75,000 a year, we assist with those first years, and then having looked at, and I know there is some work going on in whether to stick with the current levy system or whether there may be some way of adjusting that to enable the funding to come from across the Otago region, which it doesn't do now. That needs a lot more thought, and so that this gives time for more work to be done to ensure that if there is another potential funding model that will bring a more equitable funding arrangement across the Otago region, that has had the time to be worked through to ensure that it has no fishhooks in terms of the current position and the current levy. So I think this gives some additional funding for the projects, and it gives time to look at the implications of CPI and the implications of the current levy system and the fact that the whole of Otago is not currently contributing, and there are some issues over whether or not the ratios that set up that funding are fair and equitable.
Councillor McTavish.
Yeah, look, I can support this. The question that to a statement, I would like to see these specific projects detailed in the consultation document, so it's clear to the public what specific projects are going to be funded through this, because I think that that's part and parcel of what's come to us, and I wouldn't like to see a rejuggle of those priorities without, and I'm sure that wouldn't happen anyway, without a conversation with the community if that's what's expected. So I can support this. I think there are some really exciting things and some really necessary things in this museum forward planning exercise, and they will contribute significantly to our community. So all of that being said, I do have some questions about whether or not these are in fact city project things which should go through a different process, but that's fine, and we can have that conversation.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to support this, declaring again, as I have before, that I'm on the board. I believe that the developments at the museum are crucial to a part of our culture, a part of who we are, and but I also am nervous in two aspects, and I'm just going to note them for the mover in a second to consider whether the 75,000 should be seen as a grant to make sure that it's distinguished from the levy, and whether the word levy should actually be in the second part of the sentence. But the other part of this, and we haven't got the time and place here, but when this is presented, that we actually, what we've required or considered when we debated things like the museum, sorry, the pool at Mosgiel, was that this required the other funding to be levied as well. We said before anything that expectation that the community would raise some funds. I don't want this to be money that is seen as a straight grant should you not get the other money that partners this, and I'm not quite sure how to put that wording in there. It is seen as part of a bigger piece, and that's where it has to be tagged to those actual projects, because I think that that's the, I know it makes it fraughtly difficult on wearing our other hats on the board, but I think that we have to tag them to those particular projects and to have them fully funded in other ways by the community to get that buy-in.
To that end, the mover and seconder may want to consider whether the wording in number 1 changes to its planned specific or named or project, so that it's clear. I noticed that Councillor McTavish mentioned that she would think it appropriate to identify the projects in the consultation document. That being the case, and I think that's wise, it may be good to identify them in the resolution as well, or at least refer to them as being identified.
Just a question.
How does it?
So I'm assuming that that's referring to the projects which have dates that fall within that 4-year period, so they're items, under the project list, they're items 1 to 6. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Happy with that, mover and seconder. So assist me a little with the wording then. Just planned projects 1 to 6 on the order plan.
To costs associated with its planned projects 1 to 6.
If that's the case, we've got to be 25,000 short.
1 to 5.
That's right. Councillor Keller.
I'd like to see, and I'm inviting a change too to this resolution, that if it's going out or consultation like that, it says that we would contribute 20% of the cost of up to $75,000 for each year, because that keeps faith with the idea that we are making a contribution towards something that the museum is finding the lion's share of. I'm not sure 20% is appropriate for one of them, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for the rest. But so as we're saying, we're providing some funding towards something that the museum's doing most of the funding for. So
mover and seconder, how do you feel about that?
To be honest, I don't understand enough about the total cost for each of the projects that we've nominated in here. So for some of them it may well be that the total cost is 300,000. So I'm not comfortable with a percentage without understanding more about the individual project costs, and we don't have those before us.
can we ask whether that would be?
Well, no, you've asked for a change. The mover is not comfortable with it, so
and the other comment I would make that is that a lot of what the museum does is, of course, museum and cultural work, and we fund that by levy. These are different amounts, and I think they're in a different sort of category. I think they're producing an amount towards projects, and they are often have economic development proposals. So I'm just foreshadowing the idea that while I support this idea of making a contribution, I consider that these extra bits, not the basic levy bit, are economic development bits, and I personally would be wanting them to come out of our current economic development budget. We'll wait to see what the people say if this passes.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Pitt.
Yeah, I certainly support the contributions that we're intending to make. The worthiness of the projects over the next 4 years is clear enough to me. But I still wonder why we're not just inserting into the resolution the numbers, which total to me 325,000 rather than 300,000. Why we just don't place those for the purpose of clarity for anyone looking at this in our LTP to comment on would be kind of a bit short on information as to where the money was going. That's all, and I just think that we ought to be more specific and just follow the contributions that have been requested. List them.
Further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
I'd like to think that in response to Councillor Pete's question is that the museum wouldn't stop looking at potential sponsorship opportunities and other aspects of funding that could come through out of a different pot of money, whether it's nationally, locally or whatever, but this money is to assist but not to stop others from contributing to the pot. And I would hate to see the community or anybody else say, oh well, they've got that money for that, oh we don't need to go looking for that anymore. I still, corporately or nationally, I do see some win-wins for others on the table to really put some dollars together and get some good penetration for their marketing or story.
Further speakers? Councillor Staines, do you wish to exercise your right of reply? Okay, that being the case, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay, councillors, we go back now to what was item 4A, the Otago Therapeutical Trust report. It's labelled 4A in our copy. Just so that you know what's being dropped in front of you by Ms. Graham, we've had some additional information provided to us with regards to the government contributions policy. It's been distributed now and we'll discuss it after lunch, but that's what it is that's been in front of you. Okay. Well, so would you like to
Thank you, Your Worship. Answer questions to the extent that myself and Pauline can. Obviously, I think it has been stated in the report that quite a short time frame on preparing this covering report. There is some additional information being made available by the Trust, which is in an attachment to the report.
Some of my questions, councillors.
Could I, just for clarification, I feel I have a conflict in this regard. from my DHB hat, I'm also, though, the councillor who was asked to liaise with the trust when we were looking at giving them the loan to, so I want to sit out of any decision making if there are specific questions that I perhaps might have answers to, either with my SDHP hat on or liaison hat. I'm happy to answer those, but I don't want to take part in the actual debate. If that's legitimate.
I just wonder, in relation to the 100,000 which is being requested, you're comfortable, reasonably comfortable staff that, or are you just relaying that effectively the information and the request, or have you analysed the figures and considered?
Again, through the Chair, thank you for the opportunity just to reconfirm that we have had no opportunity to analyse those. The report has been forwarded on in its entirety. We've added no comment or scrutiny to that.
And you've had no opportunity to explore with the Trust other possible avenues that they might be exploring for the 100,000?
As the report states, I had a conversation with Mr. Martin in November in which he stated that everything was looking really good. Everything that he said to me was verbally. I was not able to get any briefs of any work done on the building, as stated in the report in September, that came to Council in September, to all the things that we were worried about and we wanted some answers on. This is the first correspondence that we've had and something on paper showing us those figures. They relate to what I reported on in September, but any further conversations or any analysis of these figures has not happened because I still don't have answers to the questions we stated in September.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering how committed the Trust are to increasing their user charges. We've got the user charges till 1st of July 2015 here, or 30 June 2015. Is there a commitment from the Trust to increase the charges beyond that date?
Thank you, Chair. We can't really comment on that. We don't have that information. We do have the information that's in the report, though, and it is stated there that the intention is to increase things over a 5-year.
Can I put the question another way? The information that we've got, I appreciate, doesn't give us any indication. That's why I asked the question. So I assume that there has been dialogue with the Trust, and maybe some of this information may not be completely covered off in the report. So I was trying to ascertain whether there's an intent. It's not in the report, appreciate that. Is there an intent to increase the charges? That was quite a key discussion we had when we previously had a report in front of us.
Actually, in the letter of 18th of December, they do say that they are wanting to put the admissions up on the 15th of January this year. It's happened, I can't say that. But my conversations with the Trust has been that one conversation in November, nothing else, nothing more. Not with the SDB, not with the board, the District Health Board, nobody else. I've not been approached, but that one conversation from Neville Martin. And I've not received any other information than what you see in front of you now.
The only reason I asked the question was around the budget that was, and the budget didn't indicate there was going to be any increase beyond 30 June 2015. So that's why I was asking the question.
Perhaps if I just give a bit of background as I understand it, it might answer some of those questions. Firstly, the Trust felt before it could take anything much any further, it needed to fully understand what the capital costs were going to be around, because they felt they couldn't obviously launch a public fundraising campaign, for example, and raise whatever sum of money and then discover that the building was only held up by a toothpick in the back left corner, and, you know. So and they have had engineering work, all the assessments and everything on done, but a lot of those details only came together in the last couple of weeks before Christmas. So, in terms of their understanding of the capital costs, they are pretty clear around the short and medium term costs, and that work's been done by engineers who are reasonably well known to the council, largely pro bono. The operational costs, a lot of those are quite known because it's an existing operation. What's unknown is the extent to which some of those capital changes would result in reductions in revenue. Reductions in cost. Some of the things that they're looking at doing and including in that capital plan, they anticipate will take costs out, but it's difficult to be absolutely sure until you do them. Well, to be sure of the quantum anyway. The Trust understands that it is going to have to progressively raise admission fees. It also is, I think, understanding that it is going to have to raise ongoing revenue, not just from admission costs, but they're going to have to seek grants and things over the long term. One of the difficulties for the Trust is that if they're going out on a fundraising campaign for the capital costs, it's quite difficult to at the same time go out on a fundraising campaign for operational costs. And so it may be that their needs operationally over the short term are higher than they might be over the longer term. The other issue that affects the ability to raise the rates is the nature of the clientele that's using it. A lot of the use is from groups and organisations that are charitable in the first place, as Special Olympics and things like that. So there are some constraints that will exist there, but the view is that they will be able to raise revenue in part from progressively increasing admission charges. They anticipate they can raise some revenue from sponsorship. That remains to be seen. They anticipate that they can raise some revenue from ongoing grant applications in the same way as any other charitable organisation effectively does. And they also anticipate that they would be able to, I think the intention with the fundraising campaign is to attempt to raise more than the immediate requirements so that they're future-proof to a certain extent into the future. And they do also have some reserves of their own, although not huge. So the operational budget was only finalised in the week before Christmas when they had all of the capital information. And I asked them to get something in for councillors' packs, even though it was too late to go to staff and come out as staff advice, only because it seemed to me that if they were going to wait until the public submission in May, it was going to be quite difficult for council. So that's in effect why there hasn't been any future or any ongoing contact with regard to that. So I don't know whether that answers that.
Thank you for that. I did have another question, but it may be for Councillor Thompson. It was just around the retiling and just how much or have there been other options looked at, other products? I mean, to do that job, it's about 200k talked about for the retiling. Are there other options that perhaps are more cost effective or too early?
For the minor situation, that is what we would be going for, retiling, because it's a long, but there are different options, but those are not really used when you're renovating a pool. That would be major renovations, doing another option. But yeah, that's with my brief knowledge on that, what I've gathered.
Okay. Thank you.
Perhaps if I could just add too that there's a pool just recently been redone that's almost exactly the same dimensions as the physio pool, and so that's where that costing is being derived from. and we understand that it was not a cheap bodgy job. It was.
What Jarvis has just been done to.
It might be relevant to Councillor Noon's question about whether or not it's necessary to actually re-tile when you have a crack in the pool. My understanding is that there's some quite relatively new American products now that you're able to actually insert into a large concrete crack that gives incredible strength and draws the concrete together, and would mean that you would still have the crack, but that it would become then bound together in such a way that you wouldn't have to retile, and obviously that'd be a much cheaper option. Now, this is relatively new technology, but there is an agent in Dunedin that is able to do that kind of job, and I know they do a lot of big farming tanks and big industrial concrete tanks that might otherwise have to be replaced. They can now be repaired with these amazing new products. So I don't know any further detail, but I'm just saying that in answer to your question, I think that it might be quite likely that there is a much cheaper way of dealing with any structural issues.
They're not necessarily related. You may well be absolutely right, but the tiles are falling off, and the tiles can't be sourced. And it's not that you can't just have a different colour or something, and it would look. They're different. I think they're different thickness.
Tiles are really, really old and they need to be replaced.
That's why the DHB hasn't emptied the pool for a couple of years, because it's pretty confident that when it does, the tiles are going to fall off.
Yeah, through the chair. Your Worship, a little bit of knowledge can be dangerous, and I know with the Moana Gal pool at the Hawkesbury estate, the alternative, when the retiling was planned, we actually used an alternative product which was a lot cheaper, but I don't know any more detail than that.
I'm sure the Trust would be open to suggestions.
Further questions? Councillor?
I was wanting to move a resolution.
Okay, well, I'll put that on hold and when we come back. Councillor White.
Yeah, thank you for this report. I'm not sure who to ask this to, but SDHB, are they going to basically walk away from this and not want to contribute anything from this in dollar terms?
The intention is that they will pay for their use of it, the same as the public does. So I think there's a figure of 17 or 18,000, I can't recall, which is the hours that, so they would be paying for the hours use. There is, I think in the Trust's view, there may be some further discussion to be had around what a pro rata share covers, and there could be an argument that it should be a bit more than that. I imagine from the DHB's perspective, they might say, well, we're also giving you the premises rent-free, so there's quid pro quos either way. I think the reality is that the DHB's view is that it will pay for a share of it if it stays open, because it will use it if it stays open, and it'll pay for its share, but it doesn't need it to stay open to do the work that it does. There are other ways of doing the same thing.
So the building will be provided rent-free, okay. And cost of heating?
Separately metered.
Plant operation and steam, even though the pipe runs straight under the building? Yes,
it's separately metered, so you're right, the Trust is only paying for the steam tank, which it's not paying to the DHB, it's paying to Meridian, whoever it is that owns the, I can't remember who it is, I think it's Meridian.
Okay. Is there any other collection of usage in the sense of ACC or anybody else who comes to the table? And because obviously listening to the physiotherapists back in October, they talked about the how injury prevention or the treatment given to patients speeds up and is quicker by using the pool. So does anybody else contribute in some form, or is there ability for that to happen?
My understanding from our conversations with the Trust is that they have scoped that particular area of patronage and use, but they they'd have to confirm that.
Okay. Looking at a slightly different tack then, I would be thinking the SDHB is really trying to push through their surgical services and speed up surgery of patients and recovery times, that they would be contributing a little bit more to the table in the sense of rather than just here's the building rent free, because it's their clients essentially that are getting the greatest use out of it.
I think that's, I don't want to be the defender of the DHB here, but that's not correct. It's not their clients that are getting the most use out of it. The DHB's clients are a very small proportion of the use. The use is actually the public. It may be people with, it ranges the spectrum from, well, I won't go, but
Again, through the chair, I think it's less than 10%. That's the figures that information that's.
So surgical patients represent 10% of the customers?
No, I would think the surgical patients would represent less than 0.01% of the customers. It's people with long-term mobility issues, those kinds of things. But most of them are not there as DHB patients. They may be advised to go there by their physiotherapist or whatever, but they're not there as DHB patients. And just in regard to ACC funds the treatment of the patient through the treatment provider, which would be the physiotherapist. I think it's highly unlikely that they would, well, anything's worth a go, but...
I'm just thinking if you have to have 12 traditional, going to the physiotherapist, 12 times go to the physiotherapist versus 8 if you're going through the pool, you're speeding up the treatment process and you're speeding up the recovery time. So I guess I'm looking at simplistic terms in that sense. Yeah, no, and it's a tough one to ask. I appreciate the report, but I'm struggling with how little that I perceive the SDHB is contributing on this side. So,
Councillor Pegg.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if staff could help me with this. I'm wondering about the urgency of the capital works and whether, in fact, the pool would have to be closed if the money weren't raised and the retiling weren't done in how long a period of time. I mean, is there a possibility that if the money can't be raised, the pool becomes unusable, and kind of how urgent it is, I guess?
That's something you never know beforehand, but the way it looks, the tiling especially, that could cause cuts and those kinds of issues, which are small things. If you look at that, if that happens regularly, you're going to have to be going down underwater and dealing with all those things. It'll be all small things which will just add up with more and more operational costs. So you'll be dealing with operational costs instead of maintenance costs, because you're more than the big maintenance costs, because you can't deal with the big ones yet. And that will just go up. It won't go down because of the age of the asset itself, especially the tiling.
So it's a grey area with.
Something's going to happen within 2-3 years. You're going to get too much problem. You're going to have too many problems. That will just not balance out anymore. But if it's going to be something that's going to close the pool, I can't tell you, and nobody can.
Okay, and has the trust indicated what it would require in years out from 15-16?
If we don't do any capital works?
Well, either way, yeah. I mean, there's a suggestion in here that the trust that we should be contributing to years beyond 15 and 16, some operating towards the operating expenditure.
If I can, Chair, because the initial report, the one that they provided on the 19th of December, was available to yourself 19th of December, identified $100,000 shortfall for the 15-16 year. Rather than make an assumption that that was ongoing for 5 years until they achieved financial viability, were the words used, I think, in the report. That was the reason that I contacted Mr. Martin, and he provided the extra information. Said that there would be support, but it would not be at that level, and that would be a reduced level. But I think his extra information covers that point. That's for operational spending.
Okay. Okay, but for the purpose of long-term planning, I mean, are we suggesting we just put 100, as a suggestion, we put 100,000 roughly, it goes down to very fine dollars, but, and nothing for the following years? Or?
I think there is more work required by the trust to maybe put a figure around that. At the moment, I guess the big target is the $750,000 to fundraising. That's the big target. There's a specific date for that. And that will, I think, as Councillor Thompson said, will be to deal with those short to medium term asset renewal and replacement issues that are critical for making it for making the pool work in a safe and appropriate way. That's the big target.
And just can you give us a feel for whether increasing admission charges that would double, almost not double, but increase by 50% over 5 years the numbers using the pool? Does that seem to be a conflict, that you can increase by almost 50% in 5 years the numbers using the pool if you steadily increase the admission charges? Is that a conflict?
We know that admission charges will always have some effect on how many people come, and some people will not be able to come anymore. But it also might mean that it gets subsidised more if people really think they need to go. So it's actually something that is, again, feeling in the dark. Is that right? Yeah. It's not a clear science on it. We do know what has what effect, but if it will actually, if we have a big fundraising around it, and a lot of people start knowing that the physio pool's there who don't know about it now, they might go up as well. We don't know at the moment yet.
If I can, Chair, there's also, I guess, then the other issues about more people are aware of the threat of losing the physio pool, which may affect patronage and use of the pool in the future. And I think the Trust do hope that there will be a positive factor there. And quite simply, I guess, stating the obvious, it's the only one. So it's the only place to go, and it does have an effective part in therapy treatment. So I guess they are really hoping that people understand the value of that and be willing either to pay in one way or another.
Thank you. Just finally, I wondered if Councillor Thompson could tell us about the funding arrangements for the Invercargill hydrotherapy pool.
Oh, look, incongruity and hypocrisy are not unknown in all areas of life. You're correct, there's a physiotherapy pool, quite a new one in Invercargill Hospital, and it's still planned to continue operating it. I don't have a breakdown of the actual figures for that. The cost to the DHB of providing the pool here is approximately $160,000 a year, over and above any capital expenditure. The cost to continue to provide the pool in Southland Hospital is significantly less than but there isn't a plan at the moment to close it, and it may well be that if it wasn't for the significant capital expense at the moment, the DHB is having trouble buying bandages, let alone retiling pools, so it may not have arisen as it has here. I couldn't say, but I suspect.
Councillor Calvin, I know you've got a resolution coming. Did you have a question as well?
Yes, just a question. Do we have any idea what numbers or proportion of the numbers of people who use the physio pool are using it for want of a better word, therapeutic purposes? I mean, like Councillor Wiley raised earlier, I think the question of whether they were officially patients of the hospital board or something, but my sense is that a lot of the people, whether or not they're actually sort of officially rehabilitative under a physiotherapy regime or whatever, are actually there for well-being, real health and well-being as they see it, benefits. Have we got any idea how many of them are just having a splash about the pool, as it were, compared with who really seriously and for good reason have a have a health benefit that they're receiving.
The physio pool is not really used as a recreational pool. It's because you don't have anybody splashing around in it and having in that kind of way fun, if I'm allowed to say. But the majority of the people go there because they either funded or unfunded, or because they find it helpful, go there for their health and well-being. So it is predominantly health and well-being, but it doesn't mean that all of it is through the physiotherapist or through the hospital, but there are several users that go there because they find that the best way of coping with some form of ailment which is not in there, which is something they have to live with.
So very much 100%. A strategy, if we had a well-being strategy.
But that's my interpretation of the information I've received from the trust. So if you say you want a percentage, I'd put the golden 80-20 rule to that one. It might be closer to 90.
No, it's not 100%, but it helps 80% of the users are either over 65 or have a medical certificate, and the relevance of the medical certificate is that there is a concession rate that is less if you've got a medical certificate that says relation.
But of the 20% that don't have that, there is still quite a lot of those are actually going there because they feel better for it.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, and again this may be a question for Councillor Thompson, and maybe I've missed something in this, but just with regards to the Trust's budget for 15-16, whether and I'm assuming there will be a period of time where it won't be open while any capital works are
That is factored into their budget.
In terms of...
Yeah, but it's a time of low use anyway, so it doesn't make, I don't think, a hellish difference to the revenue assumptions, but it is factored in that they wouldn't have any revenue during that period. It's my understanding.
Right, because just because in the preamble to that budget it said their annual pool admissions is 35,000, and in the budget it allows for 29,000, which seems to be they've taken off a sixth of the year.
Look, all I know is when I met with their accountant, he said that they had factored out revenue for the period of time that the pool would be closed for the renovations. So I didn't ask specifically how much.
Councillor McTavish.
It's just one more question, and that is, and it's of again, Mr. Thompson. Richard, in relation to the response from the DHB, I take it that they have not yet signed off on this pool remaining open in the 15-16 year and beyond. Is that right?
Yes, they have. They've said that, well, in principle,
yeah.
There's a letter of understanding between the Trust and the DHB which says that, I guess at the Trust's discretion, the DHB would undertake to keep it open until the 30th of June and pay all running costs, and in return the Trust has put the difference, which is about 50,000 that they got from that pub charity, to pay the DHB for the additional costs of keeping it open for the additional 6 months. It doesn't quite meet them, but it's a substantial chunk of it. And that they, subject to them having the finances to proceed, they will then sign a formal lease at that point in time. So there's just an exchange of letters really at this. So there is an understanding that that will occur.
So when would that exchange of letters take place? Is there a deadline by which they need to have been demonstrating that they have sufficient funding?
I guess the deadline's the 30th of June, but the DHB would not keep it open past the 30th of June. But if the Trust were, I'm making this up now, but if the Trust were to come along and say we're halfway to our fundraising target and we anticipate that we'll have the balance by November, but we've got sufficient reserves to carry on, I mean, they would, I imagine, say that's fine. It's just we're not paying to run it anymore.
Councillor Lord.
I couldn't read the report and I probably missed it, but how many days a week is the pool open on the weeks that it's open a year? Is it just 5 days a week?
I think it's 6. Oh, you're asking me a good question. I think it's open a lot during Monday to Friday. At least I'm doing this top of my head now. And Saturdays and Sundays it's just more like yeah.
I think it's limited hours on Saturday and Sunday.
Yes. So it's 7 days a week in credit sport, yeah.
Right, any further questions? Councillor Calvert.
Resolution. Which I'm happy to have people making suggestions of tweaking, although of course I need a seconder first.
Right, just before you speak, is there a seconder for this, please? You're second at Councillor McTavish? Right. Councillor Calvert, I invite you to speak to.
For the trust to raise money, it needs, in my view, some security that it will be able to, if it carries out its part of the bargain, for want of a better word, achieve an open pool. So I think it needs to know that over a period. Whether that's, I'm not sure how it would fit into the next long-term plan as to whether it would, during that third year, need to have the report done or something. I'm not sure about how the timing fits in, but the objective, from my point of view, would be in the next lot of long-term plan, we might well have then, hopefully, enough to know that it would, they might be wanting 50,000 for us per year for the next, or the foreseeable, or whatever, because it all would have been working very well. I also think that the funding should be subject to the OT, the trust raising the 750,000 required. That date may be tight, and I'm not sure whether it would too tight, but whether we want to change that for any potential for wiggle room if they were close or if they were whatever, or whether it's best to leave it tight. But they do need some security going forwards, and I think to know that it's worth their while doing their bit. This is a contribution to something that could well have been our pool in the first place. It just happens that it wasn't. And I don't think the fact that it happens that it wasn't should be a reason for us not supporting it. And to me, it's a priority ahead of a whole lot of other things we might support.
Further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
I'll support this. When I look through the report and I look at some of the costs, I still look at the fact that the SDHB over the years hasn't probably contributed to the level they even should have on that basis. The crack has been in the pool for a number of years. It's been fully aware to the users of the pool that the tiles have been need to be replaced for some time, and it's now just come to a head. But I still look at the lack of investment the SDHB has put into it. I also look at the fact that $67,000 in steam passes through and is metered to the pool, which the trust pays. And I look at that and I go, well, if the pool closed tomorrow, that's $67,000 that Meridian or whoever the supplier is wouldn't receive. So it'd be nice to see them come to the table and contribute in some way as well, because they seem to be receiving income for something that's really just passing through. And finally, when we've got, according to Councillor Thompson's figures, 80% over 65 or older using, 80% of the patronage is 65 or older or have a medical certificate. It just shows the asset that it is to the community and how we really do have to, unfortunately, be the ones that step up to do it, but it is a community asset and we do need to make sure it is there for the future.
Councillor Peet.
There's a lot of love in the city for the physio pool, undoubtedly, and I have great respect and admiration for what the trust is doing to keep it going. However, I wondered if, for example, if the Gibson unit, rehabilitation unit at the public hospital were to be threatened with closure as well, whether there'd be as much support. I just find I have a reservation. I'll support this the motion because I think it's really important that we keep on the case with the physio pool and try to get it across the line in terms of its renovations and its its operating expenses. But really, this is a Crown-owned entity. This is a Crown-owned facility, and really we're being let down. We are the call of last resort probably for the trust to keep this going, and I wish them very well in the future.
Councillor Wilson.
I think I'm going to pose this first as a question. I'm not quite sure about the grant or whether it should be an underwrite. We are being seen by, and this question for me, but we are being seen as the operational, we're going to fund the operations of the operational deficit. There's no question about underwriting and seeking other grants from anyone else.
My feeling was that, and the reason I put that there, but if the feeling of the meeting is that they'd like it changed, the reason I put that was because if they are really successful and end up with a bit more money than they hoped in the first 3 years, then they won't need long term so much from us, and they'll have some reserves to look after themselves a wee bit. So if the worst that could happen is that they don't need as much of our money and they've got a wee bit more than we would have given them if they failed a bit more. So
now I'll talk to the motion, understanding that. This makes me really nervous. I have a huge respect for and I've used the pool myself, recovering from an operation. I think it provides a great service. I also think the same provision of great services are at a lot of schools, teaching children. We've seen a story in the ODT this week about a school looking threatened. They are costly things to operate, and I'm fraught that we're entering at this level other than an underwrite, and without any surety or commitment yet. I appreciate the second part of the clause requires a lot of fundraising before then. I'm not quite sure that this is the best mechanism that we can do. I prefer to see it as an underwrite. I am really concerned about how it talks to the strategies of the city. And I am fraught that we're entering into looking after another pool when we've got a pool that desperately needs redoing, and we've not putting that in the annual plan at all as a line item included in the plan. And in that respect, I'm talking about Mosgiel. So I think I'm going to abstain from this, but I really wish we were considering an underwrite rather than the grant.
I am. Have you seconded it, Councillor Wick? The mover and seconder are prepared to change the wording to be an underwrite.
This is in the first line.
Up to an underwrite rather than a grant. Right. Underwrite.
As Councillor Wilson was speaking, I was thinking that it may be also prudent to say an underwrite for operations of up to, yes, she put that in, so that's fine. You're getting me. That's good. So, further speakers. Councillor Nicholl, sorry, if you are down.
Thank you, Bishop. I'll be supporting the two recommendations, and one of the reasons why I think it is Council's not only opportunity, but I suppose a degree of responsibility to step up to the plate. You will recall that the Trust secured, I think, 50k from the Bendigo Foundation. They were the ones that came to the party when the Trust found themselves in a very difficult position. I accept that they're still the Trust is still in a very difficult position, but I think the council do need to step up to the plate. However, this is a consultation process that allows our community to feed back and make us aware how much they value this particular service. With regards to the second one, I feel that that's couched in a way, it's a bit of a carrot and a stick. So it is encouraging them, the trust, to fulfil their intent to raise 750 in a relatively short time frame. I see they have some reserves of 130 odd or whatever in their financial statement. And I also like the feasibility study, or the feasibility, I suppose, of the trust plans and in and around their capital expenditure. It'd be nice to see a sort of a second set of eyes over those, and also the commitment over the long term in terms of fees as well. No doubt there'll be some comment in that, so I'll be supporting both.
Councillor Lord.
I have some reservations. I sort of think with 35,000 people a year using the pool, if they each paid $1.50 more, that would require us to only put in half that amount of money. I just feel a wee bit uncomfortable. I guess at $7.50 instead of $6, it's quite a dear swim. But I also understand that if it's for therapeutic reasons that you're going there and you don't want to go to the public pool, I just do feel very much like we're getting asked to push somebody else's baby up the hill because they're tired of it, and I do feel uncomfortable with that level of planning when, as Councillor Wilson's already said, we're not putting that money into our own pools that desperately need doing.
Further speakers? Councillor Hawkins.
I just have a question of the mover, and it's about the date in the second motion being the 30th of June 2015, and whether or not that is necessary, because as has been suggested, that is quite an ask, and were they to be hitting their target in August, September, October, for instance, our underwriting would disappear as written.
I'd be happy to change that to September.
Well, I have a slightly different view. The Physio Pool Trust have stated in their letter 18th December that fundraising of at least 750,000 has to be achieved by June 2015. So if they haven't met that, I would also point out this is for the purpose of consultation, so if they have a completely different view on it, then they will be able to come back and explain that to us. Also that the staff report on the feasibility of their plans will probably cover that off. So I personally think we should be sticking to that date at the moment.
Can I suggest a middle ground there, that the wording could be changed to subject to OTPT satisfying council as to the quantum of funds raised at that date? Because if they were 10,000 short, we wouldn't knock them back. But as Councillor McTavish says, by that stage we'll be entering in, we'll have listened to the community, we'll have heard their views, and we'll be able to take the final decision. So that makes it less, it's up to the mover and seconder, but that addresses to some extent Councillor Hawkins' suggestion or question.
Well, I would be happy with inserting a clause after 30th June 2015 which says something like, or satisfying council as to the quantum of funds raised. My thinking was that would happen through that process anyway.
Right. And does that address? Yeah. Well, okay. Okay. If there are no further speakers, I'll just.
Yeah. Just briefly, and on that point, I think my personal view is if they have not managed to raise 750,000 by that date, I think that the trusts themselves would probably be asking questions about the viability of their plans. That, as much as anything, that is a signal from the community as to the degree to which they are willing to support the ongoing operation of this facility, and that's why I think it's really important that we place the emphasis on that being achieved. In relation to an earlier comment about pools, I don't think that this is in the same box as the Mosgiel pool, and the reasons for me are because this is an existing pool that is seeking some operational support. It is also not seeking to upgrade itself to a 4-pool complex. For that reason, it's different for me. They both need to be considered on their merits, and I'm sure that we'll hear much through the long-term plan process around that. But I also am aware, in relation to this particular funding line, the ECHB, I think if it didn't have an indication at this point about the fact that we might be willing to consider it subject to discussion with our community, I think that the Trust would be put in a very difficult position in relation to whether or not it could commit to taking on a lease or formalising a lease with the ECHB. So I think there are some time constraints around this, which mean inserting it at this point in the plan is important. So that's why I'm supporting this motion.
Okay, I will be supporting this motion, but I'd like to make a few distinctions and pick up perhaps to some extent on what the distinctions that Councillor McTavish has made. I'm not supporting this because I think that this pool could have been the responsibility of council and it just happens not to be. To me, the fact that it's a pool is pretty much irrelevant. It's a therapeutic facility. It always was, it's not a recreational facility, and I'm supporting this because we are the funder of last resort. As Councillor Peat said, it's a much loved facility. I don't think that the local body, the local council should have to support it, but if we don't, or if we don't give our community the opportunity to tell us if they want us to, then it will close, and that will be a great loss, I think. So just as I see it as a therapeutic facility and just happens to be a pool, I agree with Councillor McTavish that it is not easy to compare it with the Mosgiel proposal, except I would note that there is a hydrotherapy pool proposed at Mosgiel, and if it is built, and this, I would be interested in what implications for the cash flow for this one that we will have put money into. Councillors, we'll continue, and we are on to item 4B, revised budget options. As you recall, we tasked Carolyn with completely rejigging everything over about a week and coming back to us, and they. So I will throw over to Grant to just introduce it, and then I'll ask the questions.
Thank you. I'll make some key points as well. And then
Is that on? Yes. Do I need to repeat what I just said?
Yes. Was it exciting?
Not really. I'll just say a couple of things, and then we'll get Carolyn to take everyone through the spreadsheet just for completeness. So I guess the couple of things is that we're getting very close to the debt limit by 2021. We're at the debt limit's 230, and we're at 228. What that means for us effectively is it's going to give us less flexibility going forward. So, which is problematic for any organisation if something out of the blue comes up. We did consider extending some of the other infrastructural loans that we have got on council's books. However, when we looked at that, the cost was significantly increased. Some of them were going from $5.5 million in interest costs to $10 million. So we did not think that that was in the best interest of council or the ratepayers long term. The other thing you need to be aware of is once inflation adjustment has impacted these numbers, it's going to be difficult for us to keep below the 3% rates increase based on what we're at today. So it is still going to be a struggle for council to try and achieve the 3% as well as the 230 million debt limit as well. And then lastly, before I hand over to Carolyn, development contributions we haven't actually put in there. As we said in the document, we were still a bit concerned about, it's a bit of an unknown quantity for us at this stage. We're only going through the first part of the first year for the new policy. So on that cheery note, I'll hand you over to Carolyn.
Through your worship, I'll take you through the spreadsheet on page 4B3 and 4B4. So on 4B3, the top of the sheet starts with the rates that we had in our pre-draft. So that's row 6 on the spreadsheet. Those were the predicted rates, excluding the voluntary rates for Heritage and Warm Dunedin. That is shown on row 11. As part of the scenario, we've looked at some savings that could bring the rate increase down and smooth it in future years. So, the summary of that is shown on row 12, and I'll take you through those in a moment. They add to 519,000 in the 15-16 year. And then the next section brings in the recommendations from council on row 16. And so the difference between what we had in the pre-draft and what we have now is a reduction of 44,000. So we'll go through those. We've had a couple of changes to that this morning with the museum and the pool, so I'll update as we go. So if we go down to row 27, the savings that we've built into the scenario, the first one there is extending the term of the stadium, $30 million of debt, from its current 16 years to 20 years. So the annual reduction there is 300,000. What I have done with that is looked at an option once we get past our rate increases, or significant rate increases, say from year 21-22, if we were to look at accelerating that again so that we get it repaid in the same term, you would be looking at increasing your rates from that year by about 800,000. So I haven't built that one in, but it's just an item for discussion. The next option is some city property investment portfolio debt. So we've looked at making that interest only from year 2. So year 2 was a significant rate increase, because what we're showing there is pre-inflation. And so that helps year 2 by going interest only from that year onwards. On row 29, we've reviewed the interest rate assumption, and we're comfortable reducing that from 7.4, which was in the pre-draft, to 7.3%. DCHL have agreed to start increasing the dividend, starting at an increase of 500,000 from the 18-19 year, and then $500,000 each year until we get to an increase of 2 million by 21-22. The cemetery fund was queried during the meeting. The assumption for 15-16 is that all the revenue that we collect in cemeteries is going towards the operation. From the second year of our plan, we'd assumed that we'd essentially jam jar that part of that revenue, and we use the interest earned on it to contribute to the fund. The proposal here is that we do away with the reserve altogether, and all the revenue just goes straight into the operation of the museum. Now that's been the practice for the last couple of years. The next section from row 35 downwards is a summary of all the recommendations from council. Did councillors want me to go through those?
I presume you didn't mean museum.
Oh, sorry. I certainly didn't. So do you want me to go through the additions, councillors? So what, I can take questions on that. What we've added to that this morning is the Otago Museum, 75k for 4 years and the 100,000 for 3 years for the pool. And so they changed the rate increases to 3.8% in the first year, 2.7% in the second year. It hasn't actually changed, and then we're 3% for year 3. On the next page, summarises what happens to debt.
Carol, can I just ask a question? Just, sorry, going back to that page, change that figure at the top from 3.6 to 3.8, but if you move out to the 18-19 year, 2.1% bump into, this includes all our budgeted, there's nothing that we know of that will increase that dramatically. That's all inflation-proof adjusted and everything.
So this is all pre-inflation.
So this is what you would expect the rates increase to be with the items that we've got in our budget.
Yes, plus any inflationary pressures that we have at the time.
Yeah, just allow me to ask a question. But if we had funded, for example, 700,000, if we had, I don't know if we get any close to it. If we had funded in from say the 18-19 year another 700,000, would that have been in the position of another 0.5%?
Yes.
Is that pretty close, or the exact, or it's not significant? It wouldn't dramatically drive it higher than that.
Correct. So effectively, if you're putting the 700,000 that was indicated earlier on for the Mosgiel pool in there, that would make your increase would have been at 2.6%.
Yeah, so it's a straight 0.5%. Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
I ought to know the answer, I'm sure, but why, with the cardboard collection service and the neighbourhood recycling after the setup, why does that keep being an increase? I thought we were intending to have that be a targeted rate or fund that in some sort of way.
My understanding is that the trial period is funded out of the general rate, but then we'll be reporting back on that, and there may be a targeted rate. At the end of the day, it will still be rates either way, but it could be a targeted rate as opposed to the general rate once we've looked at options for how we might fund it.
So that probably won't increase the general rate. I mean, that cardboard recycling is downtown recycling. It's whatever happens, we would head for the downtown people to be paying it, wouldn't we? Or is it?
Potentially, but for the LTP it is going in against the general rate.
Councillor Thompson.
I've got a few questions, not necessarily in particular order, but the cemetery fund, in the original draft plan, the amount that was going into that reserve was 190,000 a year. The amount that's now not going into that is about half of that, and I'm wondering if you can explain what the difference is, given that in the draft plan presumably the rate had been struck based on the fact that there was a contribution from general rates and the net cash balance fluctuated a bit either side of zero, but certainly not $100,000 north of zero.
So the difference is, so this is the net impact on rates. So once we do away with the fund, there will be the interest. We don't have the interest earnings coming through the operation any longer. So the difference is the interest, which is why it varies over time.
Right. So where's the, because I asked you the question, well, where's that chocolate box sitting, and you said it wasn't. It was a balance sheet figure. So where's the interest coming from in real terms?
So basically so it's a non-funded reserve, but we would keep track of it and calculate the interest revenue that they should be earning, and we would pay the interest. So that was real money that they would be receiving to subsidise the operation.
But weren't we doing that before?
Yes, we were, but for the last 2 years, 14, 15 and 15, 16, we weren't.
Projections out. were we not, in those projections, did they not include the assumption that there was interest on that fund?
Yes, it did. Yep, so we've taken that out now. The interest is removed, the interest revenue.
But I guess maybe it's too complicated to work out here, but my concern is that in the original budget, we had a net surplus deficit on operations of basically zero, which meant I took it that expenditure was being funded out of the rates, and then when you put back the non-cash items, you effectively had that cash surplus, and 190,000 of that cash surplus was the transfer to reserves. I can't understand why the interest would be in there and not. I can't understand that. I'm struggling. Why? If it was in the previous accounts, and they had. Where is it? Oh, I'm going to get lost now. Perhaps I'll take it up with you afterwards.
If that's okay. Okay.
Second question was the South Dunedin Library. I understand in talking with staff that one of the options there is for city property to divest itself of some lower performing assets and purchase, whether it's Wolverton and Russell or something else. And so I can see that there's an adjustment being made to the library's capital expenditure by that amount. But I'm just not so clear as to whether that $5 million of capital expenditure is still sitting in the budget somewhere else, or whether it has been assumed in the budget that the purchase would be funded out of the sale of something else.
So in the draft budgets, we have the $5.25 million for the South Dunedin complex. So the operating costs that I've included in here also include a lease. So we need to do either the capital development or the lease. So if the capital stays in our budget, then these operating costs actually need to reduce by 400,000. So that's row 43 and column F. So because the assumption at the moment is that we're doing the development ourselves, so we don't need that lease cost. So I have put together a scenario that I can circulate that shows if we don't borrow that money in city property, invest in it via asset sales, then we wouldn't have the debt and the interest that goes with that, but we would have this lease cost.
Well, that's right. The reason I asked is that the net impact on the operational cost would be the same, roughly.
That's right. So at the moment,
but the debt level would be $5 million less than it's showing.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. So I've got that scenario if you wanted me to circulate that.
Well, I just think it's important because I sense that one of the issues for councillors is likely to be the quantum of debt and the difference between what we looked at last week and what we're looking at now. But if I'm correct, then the quantum of debt under that scenario would be $5 million less than it's shown here.
Correct, 5.25 now, yes.
Right, thank you.
Yes.
And the other thing which I just want to query, it's probably a bit rhetorical, but the assumption in here is around the worst case assumption for the Portobello Road. So if option one, the one where which save us the money in the short term, that would take, if that were to transpire, that would take some of the pressure off those early years and transfer some of it into those 2019 through 2022, where I think, exception of 1 year, we're actually got lower increases. Correct?
Correct. So it changes the profile slightly. and it moves some of the borrowing out to 18, 19 to 20, 21. It's not a significant difference.
The decision to stipulate the change in the stadium debt term, what's the rationale for applying it there as opposed to anywhere else? I mean, if I've got debt in my business and I repay some, I don't sort of think about, well, that was the skylight and the Riccarton store that I just repaid. It's kind of all there. But in a sense, and I understand from an accounting perspective, you've got to allocate costs across departments and all that kind of stuff. So I understand that. But I can't think of a bigger red rag to wave at a bull than to say, well, this is how we're funding it. When in essence, what we're doing is rearranging our debt repayment schedule. So, is there a reason? Do you just like waving red flags at bulls?
That option was provided in the stadium review report, so I've just provided it again here as an option. We did actually look at other debt that we've got on buildings, so for the Dunedin Centre upgrade, the Settlers and the Tahuna upgrade. So we looked at the option of extending that debt out to, so it's already at 20 years, that debt. We looked at extending it out to 30 years, but we haven't included it as an option because of the additional interest that you pay having 30-year debt as opposed to 20-year debt.
It is read to a bull. This is 30 million of stadium debt that we've bought in-house, and by making this adjustment, we're then treating that debt like the other major pieces of in-house debt. So we're treating them all like in-house debt. At the moment, the stadium debt has been money's been applied to repay that faster, so it's on a faster track than most of things like Tahuna and Toitu. So it brings that piece of debt that we're acquiring into line with the rest of our major pieces of debt.
The interest. I did express a little bit of surprise that the average rate was 7.3, and I wondered, is that the average rate at the moment and we've projected it right out, or have we looked at how bonds are coming due and what the reborrowing is likely to be at, and adjusted that as we've gone through, or have we just said, well, our current average is 7.3, so that's what it is for the next 10 years?
No, so we have looked at what is maturing for that 15-16 year. So we don't change the rate over the 10-year time frame, but we have looked at what maturities we'll have between now and this budget round.
The reason I asked the question is with what's happening at the moment, I mean, frankly, I'm borrowing cheaper for my business than the DCC is, and there's something wrong there. I'm a hell of a lot more risk than the DCC is. So is it reasonable to say that just because that's what it is in the 15-16 year, that's what it should be for 10 years? Or have we done something a little more scientific than that to try and calculate based on what the swap rates are at the moment going at?
So I guess the issue you've got here is our crystal ball as good or as bad as everyone else's? So what we've said is that we've done the work for the 15-16 year to try and calculate what the number would be to some detail, and then we've just flatlined it out. What I can guarantee is the rate will be different from what we're budgeting. The issue the council has got is it has got some expensive debt because of when they took the debt out, and we've got some hefty chunks of that, unfortunately. So we are not getting the advantage of you getting at the moment because of the rates have been at historical lows. So and
the maturity dates on that debt is too far out in the future.
Correct. You took some of it's 19, 20. Yeah, okay. So and the chunky pieces, you think when Tahuna was built and what the rates were then, you're at 9.5%. 7.3 looks quite attractive.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Vanders.
At risk of showing my Torean side, on 4B2, you say, and Councillor Thompson's already referred to it, that it's recommended that we don't push out the interest rate, the period of the interest rate, because, as the Chief Financial Officer said, it would cost an extra between $5.5 and $10 million in interest. We are doing it for the stadium. We've just heard from the Chief Executive, because that's the way we treat our other debt. Surely that's the way we treat our other debt is no good reason to do what on paragraph 2 of 4B2 claims is not recommended, because it's just so expensive in terms of interest. And if it's expensive in terms of interest to push the period out, then why are we doing it here, not there?
So I'll answer that in two ways. First of all, when you had the meeting late last week, you asked us to go through this exercise, including looking at our debt repayments, which is what we've done, and we've isolated this one. The second thing is following on from what the Chief Executive said, is that we've been consistent then across the Council and having that 20-year time frame. So it's a combination of the two. Whether that is the right time frame or the wrong time frame, that has or have a short or long-term impact on the debt and the interest costs for Council.
But surely it can't be consistent, given that that debt was raised 4 years ago, and it's now effectively going to a 24-year repayment period.
Yeah, but when that debt was originally raised, my understanding is that was actually going to be repaid over a 30-year time frame. So
that was attempted, but voted down, I believe, fairly consistently.
Can I just say, I didn't say we were recommending to change the debt to make it consistent. I said we chose this piece of debt because that made it consistent. I was asked why we chose this piece, because it's like a red flag to a bull. The reason we've come back with these debt profiles is because we were asked to.
Right. I just question how it can be consistent when in fact it's adding 4 years to an already 20-year period of debt, as I understand it. But moving right along, on line number 28, City Property Investment Loan Reduction and Repayments, this loan reduction and repayments, does that not also have the same effect of just adding to your cumulative interest rate further on down the track? Is that not just kicking the can down the road as well?
So effectively what's happened with those is that we're going interest only on the loans, as opposed to paying capital and principal off the loan.
So it does mean kicking the can further down the road, doesn't it?
Well,
it means we pay for it later.
Normally what you'd have in a investment portfolio for investment properties, you normally have some debt over it because you leverage the entity up. So this is consistent with what other investment entities do have.
And when Councillor Thompson was talking about the interest rate of 7.3%, which concerned him because we can all get quite a bit better, and we had assurances in years gone by from previous chief financial officers that clever things had been done with swap rates, and that was the most salient clever thing to do. I've seen figures in annual plans now where that kind of cleverness has already cost us $35 million. Are you saying that swap rate contracts, hefty chunks that you referred to, that's going to keep costing us in the order of tens of millions of dollars in interest going forward, over and above what we would pay if we just left the interest rates floating?
Effectively what you're talking about then is have we timed the market correctly, being floating versus fixed? And Council, rightly or wrongly, has a treasury policy which dictates how much of the portfolio is allowed to be fixed and how much of it is allowed to be floating. The Treasury Company works within those parameters to the best of its ability, or works within those parameters to try and get the best deal for Council long term. This is a long term approach, not a short term. Rates are cheap now, therefore we should be all in. And it also depends on when we are trying to actually raise the debt, which is the issue in the first instance. We are raising debt when debt was significantly more expensive than it is at the moment.
except that it was only significantly more expensive for a brief time here in New Zealand. It was far less all over the rest of the world. My question is, in retrospect, can we learn from the experience and say it wasn't smart to do those swap rates? It wasn't a smart thing to now be paying 7.3% when a lot of us can get very significantly better interest rates than that. And look at a wider range of interest rates, say right around the world, rather than just being freaked out by the brief possibility of a 9% here.
Well, the vast majority of New Zealand interest rates are actually dictated by the rest of the world. So, I don't think it's appropriate that I comment on the past performance.
Okay, what I was hoping was that we could learn from past performance or lack of it, but never mind.
So the comment I'd say there is that we have a Treasury policy that Council has approved, and the Treasury Company works within those parameters. If there's something in that Treasury policy that you don't think is appropriate, you should have raised it when the policy came to Council.
I did raise it and raised it repeatedly over many years. Never got taken notice of. We're now paying excessive interest rates as a result. Going to page...
Well, this is degenerated into a debate between the Chief Financial Officer and the Councillor, and I don't think that's entirely at all appropriate given what we're supposed to be talking about.
I apologise in question time. It wasn't my intent to get carried away on that issue. Okay. On number 37, additional debt servicing costs for the strategic cycle network. These additional debt servicing costs, is that only the interest that we're talking about there? Or is it interest plus capital?
Yes, interest plus capital repayment.
Okay, and those interest plus capital repayments that are listed on 37, they're all additional. What are they additional to? Additional to what? Where would I find those figures?
So during the meeting, there was a recommendation that the council share be increased to 650,000 per annum. So the increase varies because of the change in NZTA rate. So in the 15-16 year, the increase is 240,000, and then it reduces by 10,000 each year. Yeah.
I remember those figures. It would have been helpful to when you're talking about strategic cycle network, not just to put the additional costs, but the actuals. But never mind. Sorry, that'll do for question time at the moment. Thank you.
Well, can I just clarify, given your last request, Section 2 is about addition. It's not about existing, so it would surely distort it if you put in the existing costs, because that Section 2 is only additional costs.
Point taken. So I had one last question on possible rate savings. And again, I've brought this up at every annual plan that I can remember. For some reason, the possible rate savings don't include reductions in DCC staff costs. Is there a reason why, at a time when we savagely cut back on capital costs, savagely cut back on all sorts of things that the community want, that the staff costs not only inexorably keep rising, but that they are not put up as a possible savings on rates?
So the staff costs relate to the kinds of services that you want. So to date, in the last 3 years, there's been approximately a 7.5% reduction in the staffing numbers at the council. In 1 year, there was a reduction in the staffing salaries, but each year there's a union negotiation that happens, and there's an inflation level adjustment to staff salaries. So most years, salary continues to increase. This year, in addition to that, there's a grading process that's been underway for 3 years, which is just finishing, that's been detailed in your papers. In order for staffing numbers to decrease further, councillors will have to make decisions about which services you don't want to offer. So in fact, the vast bulk of council services are being offered to the same levels of service that were being offered prior to the 7.5% staffing cuts, staffing decreases. So that's largely due to efficiency gains. In terms of the large projects that we no longer do, those projects are contracted out. We don't actually do the vast bulk of them in-house, which means that you have somebody looking after contracts, putting things out to tender. But it takes just as much work by and large to do small contracts as it does to do large ones. So as I say, we've had a 7.5% staffing reduction. Staffing's now a little under 650 FTEs. In previous years it had got up to over 680, 686 or 688, I think, at its peak.
Sorry, just to expand on that, Dr. Bidrose, you said that staff costs relates to the services that council wants.
Councillor, can I just jump in there? You asked exactly the same question last week in this meeting. You got exactly the same answer. Now, I'm not sure that you'll understand it any better by having it repeated, but I think this is actually wasting time, because you have had these questions answered, particularly any apparent, in your view, correlation between staff numbers and capital expenditure. That has been explained. So please move on to your next question.
I'm asking about the relationship between staff costs and the services that council wants and the claim that they relate. And I'm wondering why they relate at the DCC when they don't relate in private enterprise or business. I'm wondering why it is that we have to have the same number of staff to provide to make sure that we don't have a drop in service levels, because in private enterprise and businesses I've run certainly, you can provide the same level of services with lesser staff in quite a few different situations.
I'll just explain that that is exactly what the Chief has just said. We are providing the same level of service with fewer staff and higher, even though the costs of their salaries have gone up. That has been explained. Your question's been answered. Please move on to the next question.
I'll leave it at that, since
the
question seems to be unintelligible.
Could you just repeat that, Councillor Bandis?
I said I'll leave that as it is, since my question seems to be unintelligible.
Yes, that's probably true. Councillor Calvert.
The property, there was a question I think Councillor Thompson asked, to which the answer was the plan would be to sell a non-performing council property, which is I think, to do with the South Dunedin complex. Is there any reason why selling council property would be allocated to one particular thing we might want to do rather than anything else? And where I'm going here is that we were generally having a look at whether there was non-performing council property assets that should be ditched one way or another. We've, in two cases, connected those, I think, to a particular project, one for the South Dunedin complex and one, I think, for some stadium money for last year for stadium or something. Is there any reason why one project or another should get the benefit of, if it's a benefit of selling some council property, and do we have something in there that talks to why we would choose that one rather than other ones to say that we were selling property for?
So I guess the first thing there is that the project referred to last year was the Wall Street development, where council has decided to sell some property to invest in Wall Street for the Fish and Paco expansion. The Councillor Thompson's question was regarding about if you wanted your debt level lower than the 228 million, yes, you could do, as has been indicated by Councillor Thompson, you could sell some property and reinvest that into the South Dunedin community complex. When it's talking about any particular project, there's no hard or fast rules whether it should be a South Dunedin community project, a aquatic facility at Mosgiel. I guess the key thing from a property perspective is it needs to be property that they're invested in, and then they need to make the decision on whether that is going to give them an adequate return or not.
It just might affect in our budgets how much the South Dunedin facility will cost year on year, or what sort of borrowing
Yes.
changes. So connecting it to one thing
Yes,
rather than another does have some budgetary effects. We're looking at something that could be advantaged or disadvantaged.
But effectively what you have long term is you've got a decision versus a lease versus buy. And the major decision that comes down to there is what is your cost of capital and what are you willing to pay for a lease. And you know, it's a very simple calculation normally, what's the differential and then what you're willing to pay and what your costs are going to be.
So maybe if they're separated out during the long-term process, so as we know that they're two separate decisions whether to attach them to this one. Or
So with regard to your more general question, no, you wouldn't normally peg property sales to have to be spent on another particular thing unless you were trying to be sure that you were bringing in income that would cover it off and that you were happy to make sure that your income was going to provide for a purchase of something else. With regard to Wall Street, that was a purchase, it was a sale within the investment property portfolio for a spend within the investment property portfolio. So that was sensibly allocated because they were keeping the same ring-fenced size of budget, and it was specified. We came to you and said, here's the most underperforming properties in that portfolio. These are the ones we think are going to raise the money for you to, so that we weren't simply adding to the investment property portfolio. With regard to this one, of course, we don't have many buildings that we're planning to purchase, and so that's why the logical thing, if you are going to look to purchase a building and charge ourselves a rent, this is the logical one to do it. There aren't a line-up of buildings that we're buying, so again, it's slightly unusual circumstances.
I just wanted the sort of ideas separated out because it's sort of, it's very attractive thinking we can just sell one thing and get another one and it doesn't sort of have an effect, and it actually does. The second thing is I'm quite concerned about DCHL having made a prediction about what they could produce for us, knowing that they had some, what I might generally call deferred maintenance in Aurora. And now they've sort of decided that perhaps they can start paying us some money earlier than they thought they would. What's changed? Could we have some confidence in what they said they could do before, and why would we have confidence in them saying they've got more money now, apart from that we really want to have more money from them now? Has anything else changed apart from that we really would like it?
So the first thing you've got to be aware of is the statement of intent process for all the companies is a 3-year forecast. So, and the last statement of intent, about this time last year, indicated that the dividend was dropping and dropped, and that is what we put into the budget. And that was the basis for the budget going forward. We had not discussed that with DCHL because we'd assumed, rightly or wrongly, on a conservative basis, that dividend would at least remain flat, but was going to be stable and maintainable. And that comes back to the fiscal strategy when we talked about the return we were hoping from DCHL, that it's sustainable and maintainable long term, because we have an issue for us when we're setting rates if there's a significant change. There was a board meeting of DCHL last week, and we put to them that this was a concern, that we needed to show a return of dividend. They've reviewed the numbers and suggested that these ones be included, and they were happy at that. Once again, I have to reiterate the comments I made last week when we talked about this. You need to be looking at where the drop in that dividend come from, which was a combination of them using additional reserves plus greater dividend from City Forest because of the commodity boom that they'd been through, and then also the drop from Aurora due to their deferred maintenance issues.
So they didn't feed into the original draft of the long-term plan their 10-year out thing when you say there was a 3-year statement of intent, because they didn't feed in anything for 10 years?
So their forecast is a 3-year forecast as opposed to a 10-year forecast?
Generally,
yes.
So, but now they're feeling confident about going a lot further?
So the problem with the group, you actually have to look at all the sum of the individual components, and that's where we start to work more closely with them and say, well, actually, hold on, where do you think your dividend's likely to return? And that's what we're doing.
I guess I'm a wee bit disappointed that they didn't feel that they could do that before, and that I'm not hearing that anything's changed. All I'm hearing is that they didn't actually look at it before, and now when we've said, hey, come on guys,
Can I just clarify there, because I was part of the conversation that Mr Mackenzie was referring to with the DCHL board. The reason that they didn't refer to any dividends or project any dividends beyond the 3 years is that they weren't asked. And they were just, this is my understanding, and our budget just showed nothing because they've never been asked to project them into the future. Around this table last week, we had a discussion about the reasonableness of council expecting to return to some increased dividend stream in the period beyond the 3 years projected. We asked them about that and how they would react to that, and they responded by saying, yes, well, clearly we would, and now that you've asked us, we will look at the figures, and that's what they've come back with. So it's not comparing like with like. They weren't asked to project anything.
Perhaps if we could ask to have longer term ideas from them in general, I mean, that seems to me the beginning of a really good idea, namely that we want information from longer than 3 years.
Well, can I also point out that that's exactly the thinking that DCHL has been doing, and that they have been saying to us for a little while, certainly the new board, that rather than lumps and bumps of dividends each year, they want to be in a position to be able to say, we will aim at providing you with X every year. Some years that will mean that they retain reserves, some years that means that they'll eat into them. But rather than having council in no position to plan ahead at all, we can plan ahead on an admittedly conservative basis. Do you have any more questions at the moment? No. Councillor Thompson.
Just coming back to development contributions, and I understand that you don't want to put them in there. I just happen to disagree, but can you tell me, I didn't have access to the information over the weekend, but when we approved the development contributions policy, we had in it a projected upper and lower extreme of development contributions that we might expect to be raised. Can you refresh my memory as to what those figures were?
Yep, through your worship. We reported last year, when you considered the adoption of that policy, that the forecast was between 6.3 million and 19.2 million over 10 years. And the principal reason for the large spread, if you like, is the larger uncertainty about the amount of development that will proceed, that is redevelopment, and therefore attracting credits, or new development, and therefore liable to pay under the policy.
So what was the amount for the coming year, though?
So it was also sculpted over the 10-year period. Thank you for that prompt. So it started low and gradually rose over the 10-year period, and again that reflects the exhaustion, if you like, of credit entitlements. So this year it could be lower than $1 million. In outer years it could be reaching the $2 million mark.
Yes. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor White.
Thank you. With the ultimate goal being a 3% maximum increase, how much additional income, whether it's through asset sales or sale of property or something similar, would we need to receive to look at a 3% increase over the overall long term? Is there a formula like for $1 million equals 0.75% or something like that?
That's about right.
It changes over the period because as your rates go up slightly, 1% on 1% soon after.
Okay. So, and I understand we talked last week about getting a report back on city property. Did we not about seeing what the asset Well, what was available was?
The valuation for the group and what the returns are, yes, that is will be starting shortly. The issue you need to be aware of is when you're talking about asset sales is that we are getting returns from those assets now.
Correct. Yep.
So it's only going to be the difference between effectively your cost of capital and the value you're getting from those assets currently.
Okay. In some cases, there's no, and again, I'll look at Mosgiel swimming pool, and if we put Mosgiel swimming pool in, and we sold an asset for $7.5 million somewhere else, the community's getting no benefit from that asset as such, except for the income from it.
Yes, so what you're doing in effect is trading a community gain, which is being able to go to the pool, for what is currently rent paid, for example. That's right.
Or, sorry, you were going to say?
Which comes back to your lease versus buy decision.
Correct, okay. All right, no, I'll leave. Thank you.
Right, any further questions? Well, can I just explore something that I had discussed with you, Mackenzie? I note that you, although it's been eroded a little, you brought the projected rate down to 3.6, and what we've added today has taken it up. But one of the considerations when we asked you to look at the budgets over the 10 years was to smooth them out, partly to try and smooth out rate increases, but also partly to give some headroom at various stages in the 10-year plan if we wish to invest. So I'm interested in what the effect would be and what opportunities it might afford if we put a little more into the rate increase in the coming year in order to pay down some debt slightly earlier. For instance, just for argument's sake, take the 3.6 to 4%, pay a chunk off. It's the same amount over the whole, or same amount of debt over the whole period, but I'm interested to know two things in rough terms. What headroom in terms of investment that might give us further down the track, and secondly, what effect that might have on what you pointed out was coming very close to our debt ceiling, very, very uncomfortably close to our debt ceiling in 2021 or 2022, whenever it is. So I'm just interested in that scenario.
Your Worship, in the papers that you received over the weekend, the difference between where you're at with the rate increase and the 4% is 445,000. So if we were to make a one-off debt repayment in the 15-16 year, we could go out with a rate increase of 4%. What that does, because it's one-off, is help the 16-17 year, so that would be an increase of 2.3% before inflation. In terms of the debt level, so on page 4B4 of your papers, row 54 has what the revised debt levels are going to, and in column H, which is the target, the 2021 year is our target of 230 million. In your papers it was going to 228.5 million, so this would bring it down to 228.1 million. But the other thing we need to make a decision about is our assumption around the South Dunedin Community Complex. At the moment that's included in there. That 445,000 will need to be reduced by what you've added in today.
Yes, I appreciate that. I was more speaking in principle terms, because it seems to me that if we reduce rates as much as we can, rate increases as much as we can in the first few years, it provides some imperatives which are increasingly constraining in the latter ones, and I'm really interested in whether a modest increase in debt repayment in the coming year would have a slightly disproportionate liberating effect in latter years, just to give us a little more room. That was my thinking. Good, Councillor Thompson.
It's not a question, it's a... Have we done questions? Or?
Well, we have done questions, and it would be good now to get into probably be helpful to have something to move. So
I've got something up there to move, which I'd be happy to speak to.
All right. Okay.
The right glasses on.
So, just as a matter of interest, do you have a seconder lined up, or do you want to explain it?
I will pro forma, just so...
Right. Okay.
Details.
Looks good.
There are a number of things that I think are important about a long-term plan. It seems to me that a long-term plan is designed to indicate a strategic direction, a passage of travel, if you like, and it ought to, if it's doing its job right, also signal to our community what the fiscal implications of that direction of travel are. And it seems to me that one of the comments I want to make is that by not putting some allowance for development contributions into this, we fail to do that. We have a strategic direction of travel. We have put a development contributions policy in as part of that strategic direction of travel, and we've said that it will generate us no revenue. To which point the obvious question is, well, why would we have bothered? Now, I absolutely get that staff have a real problem with forecasting that revenue and when it will arrive. But to suggest that over 10 years there will be none doesn't signal the fiscal impact of our strategic direction of travel. So what I'm wanting to suggest is a number of things. Firstly, I think the other strategic direction of travel that I think our community has signalled as important to us is that the total quantum of debt is an important factor. And it seems to me that whatever we do, we should be endeavouring to get to the end of that 10-year plan with as low a figure as we can reasonably do. And to the extent that we had a figure before us last week, and as a result of some motions that I moved, that's changed. I think that we need to at least see whether there are some ways that we can still be at much the same figure. And so what I'm suggesting is that firstly that for the purposes of consultation, the stadium debt repayment be increased to $800,000 per annum from 21-22. Now what that will do is add about 0.5%, I think, roughly, maybe a bit more, to those out years where we currently have a relatively low percentage increase. Let me get the right page. And it means that come the end of the financial plan, the LTP 10 years, we've taken another $2 million off that debt. Secondly, that the budget should reflect an intention to fund the capital development of a South Dunedin library complex from sales of existing property assets. That makes no difference to the operational cost of the council. It just swaps one tenant for another and one building for another. But what it does do is mean we don't have to borrow another $5 million. Look, if we borrowed another $5 million, we would have two tenants and two buildings instead of one tenant and one building. There's no impact on our operational costs one way or the other, but from the psychological perspective of wishing to show as much debt reduction as we can in the period, it makes sense to me to do it that way. That takes another $5 million out of that figure at the end of 10 years. Thirdly, that we take the low point development contributions assumption of 6.3 million and average that over 10 years, so that's 630,000, and we apply that from the 2018-19 financial year. And so that gives us several years where we're making no assumption, but we assume there will be some revenue. And secondly, that when we put that in, that those any development contributions received in the 15-16 years through 17-18, that they be used for debt reduction. And any contributions received in the years following, where we are budgeting them, that they first of all be used to offset qualifying capital expenditure,
which in itself would reduce the impact on rates. How much? Can't tell at this point in time. But by the time we get there, we'll have a much better idea. Although it runs off the bottom, to the extent that it can't be used for that because there isn't any qualifying capital expenditure, then it be used to offset debt. Now, if you take those adjustments, you end up with roughly, I'm not taking into account the impact of changes in interest because there would be some reduction in interest payments over the period which would help, but I haven't taken those into account. You take $5 million off for the South Dunedin library development off the debt. You take another $2 million off the stadium debt. You take in one way or another about 4.4 million. That's all you're budgeting for development contributions over 10 years, which I don't think that is like 60% of what we said the low point was. That takes another 11.4 million out of that debt figure and takes you back to a figure that is there's less than $1 million more than we were forecasting at the end of the 10-year period in the pre-draft plan. And to me, that would just those assumptions do not seem to me to be risky assumptions. They signal a clear direction of travel. They reinforce, I think, the decisions that Council have taken over the last 2 or 3 annual plans. I am tempted, and might yet, to also move that. I'm not sure that I agree. I've given some thought to the Mayor's notion that we should push the front end up. But you've got to remember that when you push the front end up, what you actually do is you carry that increase through every year of the 10. To the extent that you can delay pushing the front end up, you actually reduce the total quantum of rates paid by ratepayers in dollar terms. And there may well be an argument that could be made in addition to this that we should be taking $1 million out of that stadium debt repayment and shoving that in the other end as well to actually take that hump out of the first year, but I haven't gone quite that far. But to me, that would, with the other changes that have been made, that would give us a more evenly phased, without substantial risk, and I've made it up on the hoof just about here, so no doubt staff will tell me there's something in there we can't do for some good reason, but I'm happy to look at it if that's the case.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
We have question time.
Well, can I suggest that you ask a question of the mover and seconder if you wish, and if it's just a question, I'll treat that as a question and then you can speak to it subsequently.
The question I have is that my understanding was that development contributions should be used for development, for developments to expansion of infrastructure services because of the development, sort of somewhere in those lines. So my question, I guess, is that are we intending to do that development, in which case is it in the budget? If it isn't in the budget, we'll need to have spent it on that. And so I'm just struggling to see how we could be.
Maybe I can help there. Can I slightly rephrase the question? I think the Chief's about to answer it. I think what you're alluding to is that development contribution funding is required to be applied to specifically identified purposes, and you're asking, are we allowed to treat it as if it's applying to something else?
Or are these, it may be, for instance, that we thought that, for example, Mossfield was growing and therefore we put in our long-term plan that we'd need a bigger pipe and that the development fund contributions therefore could fund a bigger pipe that was already in the budget. Or maybe
so you'll see we actually added a couple of words to your, so in both cases for 15, 16, right through now, it specifies that the debt reduction has to be to offset qualifying capital expenditure. So it has to be, but bearing in mind that some of this qualifying capital expenditure is treated on a citywide basis, so it doesn't have to be applied in the exact neighbourhood and so on. We're confident that this will meet the requirements of the LGA and the money will be able to be paid off debt in the specific purpose for which it's levied.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's It's on that point, sorry, and I, as a seconder, I'm sorry, I think the last line has to change, and it can't be further debt repayment. I think it actually has to go to reserves for future. Yeah. And then that's, yeah. But,
the last line does have to come out. You can't have any left over. I mean, it has to be applied to qualifying capital expenditure. It can't be just used.
No, I thought I had qualifying capital expenditure in there. You
Yes,
put it in
it's-
up above as well, but
Won't be any additional further debt.
it can go to reserves. It can be future debt, but it can't. It can go into reserves for future projects that are growth, but it can't go into debt per se.
So at some point it has to be used for qualifying capital expenditure. So that's covered now.
They have to have been tagged as the sort of thing, don't they? That when a debt was taken, it has to have been.
That's what
tagged.
makes them qualifying.
So is there any, now, well, we'll switch now to
No,
Alicia.
I've got a question.
You've got a question?
Yeah,
Fire away.
also on that point.
Yep.
I'm just curious as to whether number 4 is exactly what staff would be doing anyway. I would have thought. Is there anything in there that wouldn't be the default position in relation to application of development contribution?
That's correct, but I guess the big issue there is number 3 and the fact that we haven't actually budgeted for anything to come in. So
there's a restatement. Yeah. And in relation to 3, would it cause budgeting issues in 18-19 to be budgeting for revenue over and above what one would be expecting to receive in that year?
I think what this enables you to do is it gives you some lead-in time in order to see what you actually are taking in development contributions and what you're remitting, what you're actually receiving, what development is looking like. And it's a similar discussion to the one that we've had around the holdings company. Should we be taking the money in retrospect rather than planning to take it in advance and then being a bit stuck when we don't get it? So the way this is phrased, there would actually be room to start declaring it for each subsequent year in retrospect. So declare the amount that you knew you were getting in for this year and put that as the inflow for next, if you see what I mean. So you do have room to create that buffer zone for yourself and give yourself some smoothing.
So if that's the case, then I assume that what we would be budgeting for in that 18-19 year is not in fact 18-19 DC revenue, it's 17-18 DC revenue.
Yes, but at this point in time we're saying it's that average anyway, so it's a finger in the ear, if you like.
can I comment? I think I might be wrong because I'm operating slightly above my level of competence, so it's quite possible I'm wrong. But the difference between budgeting, say, DCHL in arrears is that DCHL gets to hang on to the money and give it to us a year later, but this is money coming directly to us, so we have to account for it presumably in the year we receive it.
correct.
Yeah. So we can't quite, it's not quite the same thing. So part of the reason for choosing that 3-year period was that it also means that it's not coming in until after we do the next LTP review, by which time we've had 3 years experience as well.
So that's fine, but I guess what I'm seeking is clarity, because what I'm hearing from you, Dr. Bidrose, and what I'm hearing from you, Councillor Dyson, are two different things.
Yeah, so I was more, when we originally discussed the development contributions, there was concern about, we know in councils all over the country, every year this becomes fairly fraught when the development contributions that are received, if the development contributions are received don't come in on budget, and suddenly you have a shortfall and it creates problems. And so what was discussed at the time we did DCs was we wouldn't budget any in, and each year at the end of the year they'd be jam-jarred, and we'd count them as revenue and pay them off in retrospect, if you like. We'd pay them off at that point, and plotting forward the savings would be the interest costs that we knew we had saved. We can still do some of that under this arrangement. It's pre-planning, knowing that we will be getting some and using the low point as an estimate, but either way it is still an estimate and we will be adjusting as we go.
So for clarity, what the intention, the mover's intention is in relation to 3 is that the 18-19 financial year projection will relate to revenue received from development contributions in that financial year.
Correct, because I don't think we can do it technically any other way.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Right, now, I'm concerned that everyone has clarity before we start the discussion. Are there any more questions? Councillor Pegg, did you want to...
Yeah, so just a question on name and 2. We're talking about South Dunedin Library Complex when it's more commonly called now a community complex.
I'm happy to
move
change it.
Move around second word.
Colloquial use, but that's fine.
So what?
It's a change from library complex to community complex.
Yeah, okay. You're happy to change that?
Yeah, that's fine.
If it's all right if it's all right with you, we'll just change the format of recommendation 2 so that it reads that the budget reflect an intention to sell existing property assets to create capital headroom for the development of a South Dunedin community complex. We're advised that that's better wording.
Everyone second? Right. Okay, now I'll invite discussion. We've got everyone's asked the questions they want. So, speakers. Councillor McTavish.
I was hoping not to go first, because I'll probably say a whole lot of things and then Councillor Thompson will tell me why I'm so wrong. But I suppose that will happen anyway.
I'll be too scared to.
So don't worry about it. So, taking each one in turn, I guess for me, the concern I have around 1 is that it has the impact of effectively reducing the options open to future councils. And I don't think that that is something that I aspire to be part of a council that, I don't aspire to be part of a council that does that. I think if we have debt that we wish to see repaid over a 10-year period, then we ought to be taking responsibility for paying that out, or paying that off as evenly as we can over that period, not putting that responsibility on future councils. And I'm sure Councillor Thompson will tell me why I'm wrong, but from my perspective, that's where I'm at, and so I can't support 1. In relation to 2, I think we do need to be clear in relation to this possible approach, is that it does in effect cause an ongoing cost to the ratepayer. So in the event that we were to have it in the library budget and it was to be built and use, debt is used to build it and then it's paid off, as I understand it, and Councillor Thompson may well tell me I'm wrong, but as I understand it, that debt would then be paid off over 20 years and there would be no ongoing cost to the ratepayer for the lease. Property, in this scenario, there would be an ongoing lease cost of that, and or basically we wouldn't be getting revenue from somewhere else. So it's possible that we would use instead, if we were to sell that existing property asset and use it to invest in another building, perhaps we would do that in an area that had revenue associated with it. So I think we need to be quite clear about that. It's not, as far as I understand it, a cost-neutral transaction in relation to the ratepayer. And again, it is future generations of ratepayers that would be incurring the additional cost for the avoidance of debt in the shorter term. So I admit to not being 100% comfortable with that. I'm willing to support it because I think it's worth exploring. So that's 2. In relation to 3 and 4, 4 I think is just a statement of what staff would be doing anyway, so I'm quite comfortable with that. I don't think it's necessary, but I'm quite comfortable with it. 3 I think is slightly problematic in the sense that I think when we get to the 18-19 budget, it's unlikely that that figure will actually be the average over the 10 years. I appreciate, however, that we have a great degree of uncertainty in that figure, and whatever we put in is probably a bit of a stab in the dark anyway. My preference, therefore, would be that we actually put in the lower figure because I think that that's prudent and conservative, and that we slowly build up from that 2018-19 year on in accordance with the budget or the figures that have previously been budgeted by staff. Sorry, not budgeted, calculated by staff and not included in the budget. So I'm willing to support 2. I can support 4 unless Councillor Thompson can prove to me how wrong I am in all regards in relation to 1 and 3. I think I'll struggle to support them. I would be very keen to support a motion, Your Worship, which looks at looking at a 4% rate increase this year provisionally for the purposes of consultation that has in it the additional component over and above the cost of the recommendations that we have already put in the budget, dedicating that to debt repayment. I think that's a much fairer way to take responsibility for the debt that our generation is taking on.
You may wish to draft something. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, I have to observe that I admire the previous speaker's purity, but in terms of not wanting to commit future councils, but that's what councils do every day, actually, and there's nothing in this resolution or anything else that can't be changed by the process of consultation or the annual plan on an annual basis, let alone other long-term plans down the track. But I'm wondering if, to accommodate my sensitivities about perfection in language, that the mover might consider an amendment to paragraph 2 in reflective property assets, just to the effect of removing the word existing, because we're not going to sell them if they're not existing and we don't currently own them, but to just change it to read surplus non-operational property assets, so that it's absolutely unequivocal what we're talking about.
Very strategic.
Would it be good to say investment property assets, because then it's clear that you're not talking about selling the Fortune Theatre or what? So that we have a portfolio called the investment portfolio, and that's what we're talking about here.
Well, then we should say that.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's fine.
Do you wish to add anything?
No, thank you. Other than the surplus 2, 2 words from the end of the second line in 4, it looks very fine and should be supported.
I'm not sure that there is anything called a surplus investment. It's either investment or it's not, and
surplus investment.
It shouldn't be a surplus. Investment.
Just investment or underperforming investment, or but that's what it will be anyway. So if it's just investment, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I'm just trying to ensure that people who will, speaking of red rags to bulls, people who are genetically opposed to asset sales don't get the wrong end of the information here, because we've already signalled a desire to quit property that is non-operational, that is surplus, that was acquired historically for whatever reason. I don't know quite which account necessarily it's sitting in. I just want to make sure the language is a bit clearer than what was there previously.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question just in relation to that point, because I think it's quite important. Is this assumed, or is the assumption that this resolution refers to the investment property account? Because if that is the case, then I don't think that that is the land or the property assets which are or the subject of the review, which the Chief Executive has previously commenced, and which I think Councillor Benson-Pope is referring to.
Actually, there's two separate portfolios actually, and neither of them is potentially satisfactory. So there's surplus, there's bits and pieces of surplus land that we have purchased because we thought we were going to need it for something and it turned out we didn't, or because we had to purchase a whole section in order to have a corner of it for something, and so on and so forth. So there's those which are surplus, which we've referred to as surplus, pieces of surplus land. And then in addition there's a review of the investment portfolio, which is part of that wider review to look at what is the performance of all of our investment assets and how they're performing, what return you're getting. It was two of those that were proposed to be sold. Actually it was one of those and one of the other, I think, that were proposed to be sold for Wall Street. So either of those, in terms of where is the best sale that least reduces our income stream, you know, that has maximum financial return and least strategic impact, if you like. So,
Your Worship, I spoke to the motion on the assumption that with the investment portfolio, if it is the former, which the Chief Executive has identified, then that has a different set of criteria around it again. Because we're not currently earning revenue on it.
That would be better still.
Exactly, precisely. And my response to it might be different.
And we have had a piece of work underway. We are intending to, there's been some changes in that part of the council, to have a look at the non-performing assets, if you like, but just the surplus pieces of land, and they're the obvious places for us to start.
Can I just suggest that by trying to... Well, can I just say, if we try and pin it down too much, I think we will constrain the choices at the time. It seems to me that an exercise will be done, a piece of property will be identified, there'll be a revenue, possibly a revenue stream off it, there'd be comparing that with what debt would cost if you borrowed instead of selling, and there'd be what the lease would be if you, and those have all got to go in the mix. So whatever you sell, you're going to do an equate, you're going to do some kind of exercise to work out whether it's economic. So I'm just cautioning that by trying to pin it down and predict exactly what kind of property it will be, will unnecessarily constrain. We're not going to do it if it costs too much.
So now it's open. Yep, it's helpful clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to support this. You know what? I look back over where we started Wednesday last week, and the Chief Executive made a comment that we were, what was it, the second indebted council in the country, but we're the second highest level in of assets. And when I look at everything that we're trying to do through this balance, with this draft strategy, you know what, we're really trying to work out what's best for the community. And I look at some of the expenditure we've put together so far that's going to implicate this. You know, we've tried to fast track what's happening with the cycleways and things like that. And the benefit of doing that is we're actually saving ourselves money. So we are spending good money for a good return. So when we look at the figure, was the South Dunedin network was a $12.6 million spend, which we're spending $3.3 million in. I'd rather, you know, get an extra $3 million off the government or whatever it is. I'd rather we spend less than 30% than over 50%. So looking at our plan going forward is that, you know, the community is going to win on this if we make the right decisions, and that's the importance of the right decisions. So we can spend money to save money, and I look at these recommendations, and I also look at the fact of city property and DCHL, that we want to, you know, look at the opportunities that may exist with them for the betterment of the city. And I'm really not into either DCHL or city properties building any more empires, but really looking at a return for the community.
Councillor Carr.
I would like these, if we could, Your Worship, to be put separately. I have significant concerns about number 2 for an additional reason that Councillor McTavish has put out so clearly and nicely financially, that we may find that we're therefore reducing an overall income for the council once we've paid off a theoretical debt back to the council. Councillor McTavish put it very nicely anyway. It's only one of my concerns. Generally, we can, by choosing one property rather than another to put here, say that it was worth nothing to us, or say that because it didn't have an income, or say that it choose one that has got an income or a lower income or a higher income, and create the fiction, I think it's a fiction, that this particular development will cost more or less as a result of a choice we make about which property we might sell to fund it. And I think that if we're going to, for instance, have some funds that we think are surplus because we can sell something that's worth nothing or whatever the best thing to do to create this, we shouldn't commit it to this particular complex. We might want to use it for something else we want to do. So this is, we don't know what budgetary effects that has depending on what we choose, and if it's a really good effect, there's no particular reason why it should be this development rather than anything else. I think it's fraught with all sorts of assumptions, and I don't think it's a good way forward. I don't think actually it's a particularly, we don't know yet enough about it to do any sort of consultation on it of any useful response, but I think it's a really fraught choice to make, to attach an undisclosed property sale to a particular project when we want to do all sorts of other things with our money. So if that can be put separately to allow me to vote against two, that would be fabulous.
Well, I will be, I'm sure, Councillor, that I'll be putting them all separately if that's what Councillors wish. Councillor Starkers.
I support these resolutions. I think if taking the first resolution, it's a minor adjustment in terms of when the repayments will occur. At the moment, I think we're on 17 and a half years, 16 and a half, 17 and a half years for the stadium debt to repay it down. This moves 2.4 million of that debt into a slightly longer time frame, and I see that it doesn't, and I agree with Councillor Benson Pope, there is plenty of time to readjust that over the coming annual plans and long-term plans. The second part of the resolution, I struggle to understand what is so bad about it. If we have a building worth $5 million that's paying us $100,000 a year, which would be quite good rental income, and we sold that and we charged ourselves $200,000 a year, which would go into the operational costs of that complex and therefore have to be funded through the rate take, effectively. What we are doing is just, in my mind, neutral. It's still going to cost us one way or the other. We'll either be paying it down in interest on an increased loan, or we'll be paying it in terms of rent, admittedly to ourselves, but that will have to be funded. So I think in my head, it looks relatively neutral. So I support that. When it comes to 3 and 4, I have no problems with those. I understand the concern about just how much it might turn out that we get from development contributions, but at the end of the day, we didn't introduce development contributions to get no assistance from them in terms of our infrastructure costs, so I think it's reasonable to expect some revenue.
Further speakers? Councillor Vance.
None of these 4 motions particularly I find any problem with, but that actually is the problem with all of them, and that is that they're not a problem. As Councillor Stain says, he can support them because they're relatively neutral. As Councillor Thompson says, they largely refer to the out years. As Councillor Benson Pope said, they are nothing that can't be changed by future councils. And since they're nothing that can't be changed by future councils, and they refer to the out years anyway, and there's no date on the plan for the community complex in South Dunedin, there's really nothing here to vote against, but equally nothing here to vote for. The good ship DCC Titanic is having its deck chairs moved yet again. I see few hands at the bilge pumps and even less wanting to look at the gaping holes that we have. And I've referred previously to staff costs, which keep rising. I refer also to the council companies, which it seems it's not possible to make any recommendation to flog any big chunks of them off. I don't think that we have a good situation with Aurora, for instance, in spending $139 million on essentially deferred maintenance, that is to say capital improvements. Most of that spending will probably go through Delta if the past is anything to go by. I don't think that spending is necessarily going to be particularly good value. I think that far better value for the rate could be achieved.
Councillor Barris, can you speak to the resolutions on the board? DCHL, from what I can see, isn't mentioned, so please speak to the subject.
Right. Why I was talking about DCHL is more as an alternative to get some real value propositions going, but I apologise. I should restrain myself to keeping to these particular ideas here. They are all in the future. They can all be changed by any council coming. I would like to know, is there a date that we're talking about for the South Dunedin Community Complex?
It's in the budget on a certain financial year. I just took that's the base premise.
2021, I think.
So again, it's also in the out years. So I'll be voting against on the basis that
17, 18,
it's completely in the out years. Doesn't make any difference anyway. Why are we wasting our time?
Well, it's actually 17, 18, so it's not out years. It's this end. Further speakers. Right, I can support these resolutions. I think there's a bit of context needed here, and Councillor Thompson referred to it when he talked about an LTP indicating a direction of travel. And I see a fundamental difference between an annual plan and a long-term plan. And if you're going to have a long-term plan at all, you have to accept that the figures you put into the out years are going to be increasingly vague. There's a greater margin for error, potentially. And each 3 years you refine that and you look forward at that and you can refine that. The out years come in and you can refine it. But if you're going to, well, in addition to that being a challenge, it is also an opportunity. And I think it's an opportunity that we grasped last week when Councillor Thompson made the request to staff to rearrange potentially the debt repayments and the rate increases to smooth them, and to see whether there was opportunities to achieve the same aspirations at no greater cost over the 10 years to the ratepayer. And that's where I see the opportunity here. I would pick up on Councillor McTavish's concern that we appear to be constraining the choices of future councils. I don't believe, and I think Councillor Vincent Pope referred to this, I don't believe you can posit things into the LTP without doing that. That is the nature of an LTP. You could just as easily say, if you put something into an annual budget, you're constraining the choices that we have in 5 months' time. That's called planning, and I don't think that it necessarily is an imposition on future councils in the way that you're concerned about it. So going through these individually, I can support all of them. I think that as I mentioned, the intention to sell surplus property for the purpose of the South Dunedin community complex is not. It might be expressed quite simply, but it's not simplistic. It's simply saying that that's the mechanism we're going to use to do it. But you wouldn't choose a property to sell that was earning you so much that you eventually were in a worse position financially than if you had started. So clearly that's part of the premise. I support also putting in a nominal, and it is really nominal, amount to recognise development contributions. I note that if you take, the way it's written, if you take the development contribution assumption averaged over the years, but only apply it in the later ones, then you're applying a very conservative amount. It's quite a small proportion of the total, and I don't think it's unreasonable, whatever it's used for, to put that into a budget because, as Councillor Thompson pointed out, in its absence, then the long-term plan budget has less meaning because you know that there will be some income coming in, but you're choosing to ignore it, and I think that we have to put in every variable that we can. So for those reasons, I will be supporting these, but as I mentioned earlier, I will be putting them separate. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Well, I'll just address a few points. I do feel somewhat like a Mormon missionary knocking on Councillor Vanderbeest's door. One day he'll support something, but then I'll worry that I've got it wrong if he does. So I'm quite reassured by the fact that he thinks it's relatively neutral, but nevertheless can't support it. That's helped. The good ship Titanic that he refers to, look, can we just again reinforce for those whose doomsday clock is permanently set at 30 seconds to midnight, that this LTP takes the debt on the good ship Titanic from about 250 million down to about 150 million over that period. So I don't think that that's just rearranging the deck chairs. With regard to, as the Mayor has said, the inclusion of the development contributions is at a very low point. It's at 70% of the low point for the 10 years. So I don't know that you could be much more conservative than that. And frankly, if we're not going to achieve that, then we should get rid of the damn thing because it's going to cost us more than that to administer it. Councillor McTavish says that she's not comfortable about adding extra debt on to future generations. Well, over the 10 years of this, we'll only repay $1 million less of stadium debt than we were proposing to. So, and secondly, I'd just also make the point that the reason that we approved an infrastructure strategy last week, which has water and waste paying over 30 or 40 years, how many million? $500 million or something? Out of depreciation. The only reason they can pay that out of depreciation is because people in the current 10 years have repaid debt. Because if they weren't repaying debt, then they would have to service those loans and they wouldn't have the cash to do it and they would have to borrow. So whether you look at it in terms of operational cost or debt cost, we are nevertheless making decisions. We would be derelict in our duty not to make decisions that go over decades, but we make them in ways that don't look like debt's got anything to do with them, and we think that's virtuous. But it does have everything to do with it, because we can only fund it out of depreciation if we've repaid debt in the first place. And I really feel that this is, I don't know how long a generation is, but I've always thought of it as 20 odd years, and this is half of that. So in half a generation, we'll be $1 million worse off in terms of debt. If we adopt this at the end of the 10-year period, we're only about $1 million difference in total debt from what we were projecting last year. We have smoothed the rates increases out. We haven't created headroom, and maybe that's a good thing. But we have managed to agree on a reasonable range of things that go in there. I think there's one outstanding one missing that should be there, and I've no doubt we'll have further debate about that in the future. But and my last point I want to pick up on is the sale of a property to fund this. I know it's going to be misunderstood. It'll be, oh, we're selling assets to fund something, but we're not. We've got a building that we own that somebody is renting and paying us rent for, and we're going to swap it for another building that we own that somebody is renting and paying us rent for. The only issue is the library, or whatever you want to call it, the community thing, going to be paying a market rent for that, greater or lesser than that we were receiving on the building that we sold. We have factored in a rental on here, and I had a look at it last week, and it looked pretty much like market rental, and certainly it seemed okay to me. I'm not a property investor, but it looked okay to me. So I don't think we're doing anything odd or unusual, and if something else comes up that we think we should be doing and that warrants better use of money invested in other property, than is currently the case, then we should look at that then too. We've got assets, we should be using them to do the best thing we can for our ratepayers, and as long as we recognise that we still get a return on that asset. So for me, that's straightforward.
Thank you. Okay, as I said, I'll put them individually. So this is 1. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No, recorded,
Recorded,
please.
Could I have a show of hands, please?
Except division.
Division, okay.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Calvert. Sorry, no. Okay. Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Hawkins.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor McTavish.
No.
Councillor Noon.
Aye.
Councillor Peat.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Thompson.
Aye.
Councillor Vanderwith.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Aye.
Councillor Wilson.
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Still voting to slow down.
Carried 11-3.
I'm voting against.
That's carried. Now, second one. All those in favour, please say. Division?
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Calvert. No. Councillor Hall. Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Lord. Councillor McTavish.
Aye.
Councillor Noon.
Aye.
Councillor Peat.
Aye.
Councillor Staines. Councillor Thompson.
Aye.
Councillor Vanderwith.
No.
Councillor Wiley. Councillor Wilson.
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
Carried 12-2.
To save my voice, do people want a division on all of them? Right.
Number 3, Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Calvert. Councillor Hall. Councillor Hawkins.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor McTavish.
Aye.
Councillor Noon.
Aye.
Councillor Peat.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Thompson.
Aye.
Councillor Vanderwith.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Aye.
Councillor Wilson.
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
Aye.
That's carried.
Unanimously.
Is there any point on division in the last one? Can we just vote for it, given that it's what staff
Where
do
do we
anyway?
say fraud? I was waiting for.
I've got an indication that people wanted, the council wanted divisions, I think. There's not a,
On this one?
not something I had a choice of.
It's so badly written, I should want to.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Calvert. Councillor Hall. Councillor Hawkins.
Aye.
Councillor Lord. Councillor McTavish.
Aye.
Councillor Noon. Councillor Peat. Councillor Staines. Councillor Thompson.
Aye.
Councillor Vanderwith. Councillor Wiley. Councillor Wilson.
Aye.
Mayor Cole.
All right.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now, Councillor McTavish, did you wish to move?
Yeah, I've sent through a motion to Pam
Yeah, that's fine.
and to everybody actually, it's in your inboxes. Could you take it separately? I can probably speak to it, Your Worship.
Yes.
While we're waiting. It's basically just to set the rate for the purpose of consultation at 4%, and with the balance of the headroom after the existing council recommendations have been accommodated or provided for to debt repayment. And this is consistent with the approach that has been taken for the last couple of years. It is an approach, I think, which gives the community an opportunity to signal to us how important debt repayment is relative to reduced rates. And in the last 2 years, we've had a clear message from our community that they would like to see debt repaid as quickly as we can accommodate. So they have sent the message to us twice that they would prefer us to have a certain amount over and above what was initially planned applied to debt repayment. And I guess this follows on to a degree from the subsequent resolution, Resolution 1, which passed, which puts additional debt repayment into the 18-19 years and beyond. What this is doing is putting $200,000 approximately, I would guess, after today's resolutions have been dealt with, into debt repayment in the 15-16 year. I guess what the council could do is it could decide to defer a whole load of debt repayment and stick it into the 2021 year and say that we've met our targets. But I don't think that any of us would support that, and this, to a degree, attempts to move some of that debt repayment into the 15-16 years so that future councils aren't constrained by decisions we make today, as much as we can humanly avoid it.
Councillor Kelly.
Seconded? Was that seconded?
Sorry, yes, I seconded it.
I can see the attraction in the assumed close, but that's what I think Councillor McTavish is suggesting here when she says that people can choose either to encourage us to repay debt or to increase the rates, and we'd like a bit of an idea from the community on which, but those aren't the only options. The assumption there is that there isn't an option of spending less money, and that's a message I would like to give to the community, that there is a third option. Don't spend so much. This is 3 times the CPI. This is over 3 times the CPI, and it's over 3 times, I think, the council, whatever you call it.
The local government CPI, effectively, cost index, the 20-year average is just a bit over 3%.
Yes, but this year's isn't.
No, I don't know this year's.
And I don't think the community just has a choice between putting the rates up by 3 times the amount they're getting on their pensions and applying it to debt repayment. I think the third option is likely to be much more palatable to the community, and so I can't support suggesting that they choose either or when there is a third option. This is the assumed close. I don't think we should assume that it closes.
Councillor Thompson.
Well, I'm a bit worried that I'm going to be voting with the neocons here, but it's going to happen, unfortunately. I don't support this because I think that we've got to be really careful about the blinking tyranny of the majority. There is a whole group of people who will never be a majority in our community who are struggling to afford what we're already charging them. And to argue that we put it up some more because we just want to repay this debt faster, to me, you know, like, everybody who's got a mortgage would love to be able to pay the whole lot off next week and save themselves all the interest, but they also know they've got to buy the groceries as well. And so that's why people have debt over a significant period of time, and they average it out, and of course it costs them more if they have it longer. But for me, the real tyranny here is that to the extent that we put, the higher the percentages in year 1, we can be virtuous next year and do just 3% if that's what virtuous is, and it will be more in dollars as a result of being higher the year before, because it's cumulative. And so, you know, I just don't get why we're almost halving our debt over 10 years, but even that's not good enough. But we're actually asking people to pay this, and they've got other things to pay as well, and we're already loading them up more than, as Councillor Calvert says, significantly more than the cost of living increase. I can't see the point to add another 200,000 or whatever it might be into here, so I'll vote against it.
Councillor Wilson.
The purpose of this type of motion, to my mind, is to set a limit for this council. The purpose of going out for consultation is not just for us to consult on what our ideas, but also on what the ideas of the community are. And I'm disappointed to see the words "after existing council motions have been accommodated," because that almost says we're giving preference to our projects and aren't going to have much room to listen to the community. So personally, I would ask the mover and second to delete those words, because it still is equally relevant. It's just saying this is the limit for this year. I see it quite separately from all the other motions, and it gives people a commentary to come out and say, no, we think it should be 3.5, and actually you should be sharpening your pencils better. It gives, for me, this is about the community understanding there are parts to this process. If this is one of them, and they say actually 3.5 or 3% is the rate rise, you need to go back and actually consider a whole lot of other stuff. But having our other council motions put into as part of this actually means that we're giving primacy to those that I don't think the intent of this is intending, which is about us having a bottom line or top line that we will be rating to. If that was understood, I'd be happy for the purposes of consultation to have it. Again, I think we should be having in there the words "for the purposes of consultation" to highlight that.
Just so you know, the mover and seconder have both accommodated both.
Appreciate it.
Now, Councillor Starks.
I will struggle to support the resolution. It appeals to me, and it appeals that we can bring down debt. But if the reason behind applying 4% now is to reduce the effect of the stadium debt in outer years, I really wonder what our current ratepayers who are struggling to pay the rates have to do to satisfy the next generations. We have already, over the last 3-4 years, taken rates increases that were higher in order to put the surplus to debt reduction. So the current generation is already committing to pay down debt at a much accelerated rate. Of that debt, at least 50% is intergenerational. Take the stadium out of it and say we'll leave that to one side. The other really big chunk of our debt came from wastewater upgrades and the services that we use, our town hall, etc. So those things are intergenerational, and I do not see any problem with those flowing out into the outer years. So 4% I think would be nice to do, but we have to keep reminding ourselves that we have a large number of residents in this city on very low incomes. Our average income in this city is one of the lowest of the major cities, and we need to keep that in mind. Pay increases aren't coming every year necessarily to our lower paid workers. So even though it's only, on my estimate, 0.2% different to what we have already agreed potentially to consult on, I think it's just unnecessary if the primary reason is for that 2.4 million of debt being paid off in the outer years. So I really struggle to support it.
As the seconder, I need to address the motivation for seconding this. I suspect that it's possible that the mover and the seconder's motivations are slightly different. However, I have already written a draft resolution here, and the front part of it is very similar to that, but the end part of it is after applied to debt repayment with the objective of creating investment and or rate reduction headroom in the years following. My purpose in seconding this was not to accelerate debt repayment, because I would have expected that in the out years, if there was headroom, we would just reduce the rates. And I take Councillor Thompson's point that there's a compounding element in there too, but this to me is not about accelerating debt repayment. It's about looking at the 10-year plan and making sure that there is some headroom later on, whether it's for the Mosgiel pool or whether it's for anything else. But if everything is crammed up tight and right up to the limit, and I acknowledge that the previous set of resolutions did give us some more, so my motivation in seconding this was very similar to that behind the previous resolution. So it is, and I'm pleased that we've put in for the purposes of consultation, because it makes it clear that it's just seeking guidance from the community about whether this is a good thing. Perhaps we should have at the end, with the objective of creating investment and or rate reduction headroom in the years following, because that is the reason. It's not intended to necessarily, over the 10 years, accelerate the quantum of debt repayment at all. Councillor Vanders.
I find myself agreeing with the Mayor that it would be better if the create investment was added to that, because that actually is one of the first suggestions I've heard in a long time, that there is the potential for us to actually grow value in things that we have control over. It's been said a number of times now that we have the second highest level of indebtedness of any council in the country, but we have the highest level of council assets. The way things are run currently, most of what are considered council assets, in my view as a business person, are actually liabilities. And there are two ways that we can deal with them. One of them is that we can sell them to private enterprise who will make a better job of spending money on them, and that's why I think we should be looking at restructuring Delta and Aurora for sale. The other thing that we can do in terms of actually creating investment is to actually look at what we do in terms of how we restrict investment and get out of the way of some of the new investment that could come here. A good example of where that has happened, I believe, is the Vogel Street area, where we had restrictive policies over what you could do in that area. And thanks largely to the efforts of one DCC employee sitting over there at the moment, we were able to get around some of these issues. And we were able to give the right signals to developers to really start creating the investment that we now see in the old heritage buildings in the Vogel Street area. So I very much agree with Mayor Cull that we need to look at creating investment, but we also need to look at, and I agree entirely with what Councillor Calvert said, we need to look at opportunities to simply not spend so much. And whereas I agree with everything that Councillor Calvert said, and I won't repeat those things, what I would like to clarify is that there are a number of areas that we could not spend so much. And one of them, seriously, and I bring it up again, is staff costs. I won't go on. Another one is bailing out the council companies. Spending $139 million on deferred maintenance in Aurora, I think, is a poor investment for us to make, but it might be a good investment for somebody else. And I'm also concerned that we continue to bail out the stadium at a rate which is simply unaffordable.
Councillor Vanders, you really are getting off the point here. Please just speak to the motion. Right. This is not about... I'm flattered that you might agree with some of my thoughts, but what you're saying now has got nothing to do with this motion, so please restrict yourself.
There's only one of your thoughts.
Am I allowed to speak to something that Councillor Thompson said?
Speak to the motion, please. It's,
So he's allowed to, but I'm not.
just speak to the motion, please.
The 4% is, if you like, I think a fairly honest indication of where we are headed in terms of what we are currently committed to. And as such, I think it has some merit. I can't vote for it, however, because we're committed to this 4% because of a whole lot of spending decisions and a whole lot of potential investments that we could have done that we've not done and that we look like we're not going to do. I can't vote for the motion basically because it sort of indicates that there might be a little bit of money left over from the 4% that we could put into debt repayment and that it's got a feel-good factor to it. I think that to be raising rates after all the spending that we've done with so little capital going forward, at 3 times the current rate of inflation is just not defensible. Can't vote for it. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor McTavish.
Just briefly, Your Worship. Just a couple of points I wanted to touch on. I think the point has been made about relative affordability of rates in our city at this time, and whilst I certainly am not denying that it's difficult for some people, I also think that we need to be very clear about the fact that affordability into the future isn't necessarily going to cease being a problem. Certainly, if you look at the reality of the demographic shifts, which we have been told form the basis of it, or should form the basis of the decisions that we make around this table, it would suggest that we will have a decline in the working population here in Dunedin over time, an increase in the number of superannuitants and people aged over 65 who are on a benefit. And that to me is something that we ought to be taking into account when we make decisions about where we place the burden of any kind of debt repayment into the future. I think as well, the reference has been made to intergenerational projects, and I agree with a number of statements around the table about the extent to which this council and these ratepayers over the last 3 years have taken really significant steps towards addressing a very big inherited debt burden, and I really commend the approach that this council has taken over the last 4 years, and I really commend the ratepayers for their support of that. I also, though, am aware that it's not like tomorrow we're going to stop having intergenerational projects that need to be funded. It's not like the council of 21, 22 is going to think, oh, we don't have any intergenerational projects that we need to fund. That's simply not the case. We probably can't even envisage a bunch of what those needs will be at this time, and I think that it would be I just this morning opened up the Local Government New Zealand funding review and had a look at the graph in there. If you have a look at the cumulative projected capital budgets for the next 10 years, there's a graph of that in the first section, and you'll see that there's a really significant spike in 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017, and then by about 2017-18 it disappears to almost nothing, and that's not because we won't have projects then, it's as a sector, it's because we haven't yet envisaged what those might be, and we haven't yet put them in our budgets, and we haven't yet heard from our community about what those might be. So I think it would be wrong of us to assume that those out years, somehow we're going to manage to retain the rates impact to what we have in our budgets at this time. And I fear that that is some of the sentiment which I'm hearing expressed around the table. His Worship has touched on his motivations for seconding this motion in relation to investment, creating investment and rates reduction headroom. And you know what? that could be entirely the decision that is made by the council at that time. And you know, I'm an advocate for that council being able to make that decision. What I'm advocating for is that we give them the luxury of choice, that we make decisions now which will enable them to make decisions with their constituents at that time. I think that that's the biggest gift that we can give any council and any population, and certainly having experienced the last 4 years when we have had not much choice, I think it is important that we focus on that as a legacy. So that's, I guess, Your Worship, what I wanted to cover off.
All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Vision.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Calvert.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
Aye.
Sorry, no.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry. Councillor Lord.
No.
Councillor McTavish.
Aye.
Councillor Noon.
No.
Councillor Peat.
No.
Councillor Staines.
No.
Councillor Thompson.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
Aye.
Mayor Carl.
Aye.
It's lost 14.
40. Lost 40. Okay. The last item on our agenda, or final resolution, is the review of the Warm Dunedin targeted rates trial, which is 4D. Which holders?
No, Digital Community Trust, also the Digital Community Trust. Appointments. Digital Community Trust appointment.
Oh, that's
Part of the
Should I begin again, Your Worship? The purpose of this report is to give you an update on the progress on the Warm Dunedin pilot, which is long in the tooth now for a pilot, and also to give you a foreshadow any extension of the scheme, either in terms of eligibility or the products it covers, or in time, will have an impact on the Council's debt position, which my colleagues can talk to.
questions.
Just to say that I'm happy to move that the report be noted.
Second.
There was a question, sorry I didn't respond quick enough, Your Worship, but there was the question around the requirement for staff to search the titles to to ensure that potential purchasers have that information, that there's a commitment made by the previous owner. So I suppose my question is around, I can understand why we do it, but are we required to do it? Like, I'm just thinking from the buyer beware point of view. But are we required to do it? Because clearly the report indicated there was a considerable amount of staff time involved in doing that. Are we legally required to do it?
Through your worship, I'm not sure that we are legally required to do it, but as a matter of policy, we've decided to record it on the limb to assist, to mitigate basically that
moral obligation.
The caveat, yeah. I stand to be corrected, but I don't believe there is a legal requirement.
Bill, just sort of the same question in a different way though. Am I not correct in saying that we have a caveat over that, or do we not do it in a caveat form? We just charge it on the rates bill.
Yes. So there are two issues, perhaps, Councillor. There's the risk that a future purchaser of a property buys in the circumstance where they're unaware that there is this encumbrance on the rate, if you like. So that's one circumstance where there's a transfer of the property. The circumstance you're describing, I think, is council's risk, where a ratepayer defaults on the payment of those additional rates. And then ultimately, if the default is such that we are not going to get the money at the transfer of the property to another person, we would then exercise our security over the property.
Well, what I was meaning more along the lines of if, for example, someone agrees to the scheme, they take out the loan, then they decide they want to buy the house buy another house for whatever reason. My question was, what happens to the remainder of the loan? Are they expected to pay it on sale to the council, pay back that amount, or does it just naturally carry on the title for the next person? What would be your expectation?
Yeah, I believe I'm aware of one circumstance in which that was a live issue, and the ratepayer chose to leave it to a subsequent purchaser. However, if the ratepayer chose to...
and at that time, do you then take a caveat on the property, or you just note it on the limb?
It's on the limb. And it remains, in a general sense, council, I understand, has a call for any rate, whether it's this targeted rate or any rate that's unpaid on a property at transfer.
So no one would know if they didn't get a limb?
That's the risk that we're seeking to mitigate by putting it on.
Be unaware of it. And even their lawyer searching would not find it?
No, the lawyer would find it on a limb if they're doing...
Yeah, but some people don't get a limb off these properties.
Yes, that's right.
Have you just seconded the motion?
Just a quick question. Usually somebody would check that the rates have been paid on settlement. Would that be a place where it would be obvious that there was a targeted rate associated with this property? Because although not everyone gets limbs, most people would do a check that the rates were up to date before the money changed hands.
It's hard to say. It's possible, but it really depends on the spread, whether you recognise the spread, but in the level of the rate. I mean, if you just looked at the dollar amount, would you recognise that incorporated a targeted rate or not? Perhaps not, is the reality.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Yes. Right. Now, there are actually two more items. The first is the development contributions policy, the miscellaneous amendments. This is what...
I'll move.
Moved Councillor Wilson, second Councillor Noon, and I note that the recommendation is that these changes be adopted for consultation. So these are wording changes, and they're the ones that are underlined so that you know which ones they are. Any discussion? Not, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Yeah, carried. Now, the last item, which is I've just been reminded about, you will recall earlier in the meeting, we questioned the process for appointments to the Digital Community Trust, and we asked for some more information about what they were seeking by way of personnel, and I understand, and we have to resolve it within the LTP. So, Councillor Staines, you have a resolution on having received some information from the trust.
I think Pam has the resolution there. Just to inform councillors, we had asked the question of the digital community, or two questions of the Digital Community Trust. What were the skill sets they were looking for, and what was the time commitment for the people that we might appoint to their trust? They've come back with their views. They're saying about 2 hours a month is the time commitment. They would want to get DCC leaders from the areas of economic development and community development is their preference. The representatives should be people in a governance role, not operational, the chair or deputy chair of each committee. So their preference is for chair or deputy chair. They have only one opportunity to appoint. Their trust deed says that trustees may only be appointed at the annual general meeting of the trust, and that is scheduled prior to our next council meeting. So they would like to have an indication of our recommended trustees to them prior. So, having talked with Councillor McTavish and twisted her arm.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Councillor Sam, I just don't think I have the time to do it justice. I don't think it will be 2 hours a month. I think that is exceedingly optimistic. If it was 2 hours a month, I wouldn't have a problem.
Well, I can only go with what the chair has told me.
Yeah.
And he's
well,
said
I'm happy to be there in an interim
Is there a
role.
seconder?
But if it's more than, I'm feeling quite committed.
So what your resolution?
What that says is we should probably only appoint one, or recommend one.
Why don't you recommend that the council approve the chair or deputy chair of each of those two committees, and then that is who the trustees record goes on there, which enables you to have a little bit of flexibility.
I think you'll find the trustee has to have
Oh, it doesn't.
that's the case, isn't it?
Well, at least it gives you a few days to work with the trust and try and determine how.
It was here while you weren't here, Dr. Vidra.
I'm happy to second whatever Councillor Staines is happy with.
Well, I thought I had spoken with Councillor McTavish and had agreement. Seems I don't have agreement.
Well,
I'm still happy to second what the Chief Executive has proposed to help give a little.
Well, I'm not sure that you can just you have to have a name for a trustee, I believe. So I'm going to make a suggestion from the chair, since and that we ask Councillor Hawkins whether he would consider, given some of his interests, and would consider one of the roles.
While I understand the time pressures that the decision is under, I would be loath to make such a commitment on the hoof like this without giving it further thought. Because, like Councillor McTavish, the last thing we need is someone doing a half-baked job.
Well, then I think the alternative is we appoint one.
Point one.
But I would recommend that you appoint one, but that we pass a resolution saying to the trust. However, we will look potentially to appoint a second. So it'd be given that on down the track it may well be that you want somebody from to be taking a community perspective. So just
I don't want to cause problems. So if it really is only going to be 2 hours a month, then I can cope, and I'm happy to be the appointment. But I'm just signalling that if it does turn out to be a significant time commitment, then I'm unable to fill that role. So just so that that's quite clear now, I'm happy to.
So you're moving that, on that basis, that Councillor Wiley and Councillor McTavish be recommended as council representatives on the Digital Trust. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Cole.
I'd like to ask that this it be thought of as other people being recommended to this Digital Trust. I think we've now had a year of round up the usual suspects, and I think that they're now being overcommitted all over the place as a result of that. So from now on, I am going to propose every time we suggest anybody being on anything, that some of the not so usual suspects who've probably got more than enough time on their hands because they're not ever chosen for anything, namely Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Hall, be the two people of our choice, because everybody else who is the usual suspects ends up too busy all the time.
I would point out, Councillor Calvert, that we are not suggesting these people. They were suggested, the roles were suggested by the Digital Community Trust. That's why we asked them. Any further discussion? I'm going to put it all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Right, I'm going to move from the chair that the final resolution be put, that all previous resolutions, including amendments to resolutions, be confirmed for the purposes of public consultation. This is a requirement. Councillor.
I've just got a wee technical question. The motion that I moved earlier to was presumptive on the fact that the revised budget given to us on Friday night was adopted, because it essentially was a revision to that.
Yes.
But I'm not sure that that's actually, at the moment there isn't anything linking my motion back to the revised budget. So without that, you could assume, for example, that I was suggesting adding an extra $2 million of stadium debt repayment into the budget that we were looking at last week. I don't know whether I'm being overly overly peeved, but
okay. I think this, what Jane's just given me, addresses your point. Is that your understanding, Jane? So there are two resolutions that need to be put before the final one. The first is that the draft financial strategy as amended be approved for public consultation, subject to any minor editorial corrections that may emerge. So I think that's the link that you're seeking.
yes, I mean, we're all clear that that's what it's referring to, but I'm just...
Okay, so I'm going to move from the chair that, second to Councillor Staines. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wilson.
I hate to do this because I don't want to go somewhere we've been already, but on page, there's a very small technical, but it's more than a typing error, or it's not an error. On page 13.34, there is a mileage cost for doing some work which actually doesn't relate to Dunedin City, and it's under environmental health, and it came up because I was going through this at a meeting at the Strathtarry Community Board the other day, and what I don't like about it, it's got mileage at $2 for anything over 40 kilometres per kilometre. What I don't like that gives messages that we're a split city. It's not intentional to do that, it's actually for work outside of Dunedin City. I've had that checked, and I just want to give that message. If that's all right, I know it's pedantic to do it now, but it's...
So it comes under the category of minor editorial.
Well, is it minor editorial because it's actually changing it?
Yes, it's a correction.
Okay, it's fine, okay.
Yes, have you got that down the back? Have you got the change?
I'll do it. Thank you. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to put it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And section 5, and this actually is even more specific, and that is that the draft content of section 5, draft financial statements, as shown / amended, incorporating excuse me, the additional options provided for the 2nd of February 2015 council meeting, be approved as supporting documentation subject to any minor editorial corrections made. Second to Councillor Staines. Any discussion? Councillor
So we don't know what's going to be in there.
In terms of you talking about the rates increase, Carolyn, can you say what that will be for certainly the coming 3 years, and then we'll circulate?
Yeah. Through your worship, so we finished up 15-16 at 3.8%. So what I'll do is I'll update the changes from today and I'll recirculate that round to councillors. So we had 2 changes today. One was yep, the first. Yes, that's correct. We had the museum changes, and then we had the pool changes that was for 3 years. The museum one was for 4 years. Yeah, so 3.8% and then 2.7% before inflation for year 2.
Right, any further discussion? I'll put all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And then the final one is that all previous, this is the wash-up resolution, that all previous resolutions, including statements, including amendments to resolutions, be confirmed for the purposes of public consultation. Second to Councillor Staines. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. That is the end of this meeting.